The Rice Pudding Poisoner, Mary Lefley and the Murder That Shocked Victorian England. Written by Alana Sanchez. Narrated by Ivy. Copyright 2026 Alana Sanchez. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced, edited, copied, altered, printed, shared, unauthorized storage on electronic devices, or distributed without written permission of the author. Preface. In the history of Victorian crime, some names have endured with an almost theatrical force. They appear again and again in newspapers, penny publications, courtroom recollections, and modern retellings. Women recast as monsters, wives refashioned into villains, and domestic interiors transformed into stages for suspicion, illness, and death. Yet beyond the handful of infamous figures remembered by name, there were many others whose lives flickered briefly in the public imagination before being reduced to a single accusation, a single trial, and a single dreadful end. Mary Lefley was one of them. Her name does not occupy the same place in popular memory as the better-known poisoners of the 19th century. She left behind no mythology polished by repetition, no vast archive of folklore, and no enduring status as a household name. Instead, she survives in fragments: court reporting, local commentary, official records, and the uneasy afterlife of a case that appears, even now, more troubling the longer it is examined. At the center of it stood a death in rural Lincolnshire, a dish of rice pudding, the presence of arsenic, and a marriage subjected, after tragedy, to the full interpretive force of Victorian law, medicine, gossip, and moral judgment. The facts of the case at first glance seem stark. In 1884, William Lefley died after consuming food said to have contained arsenic. His wife, Mary, was accused of administering the poison. She was tried, convicted, and executed. To many observers at the time, this was sufficient. The outline suited the age perfectly. The respectable home disrupted from within. The trusted wife recast as secret destroyer. The apparently humble meal transformed into an instrument of murder. It was a story with all the elements the 19th century press prized: domesticity, poison, matrimony, female concealment, and death served at table. But criminal cases are rarely made of outline alone. The deeper one looks, the less stable the story becomes. Questions arise not only about Mary Lefley herself, but about the evidentiary world in which she was judged. What did people truly know of arsenic, and what did they merely believe? How secure were the medical conclusions offered in court? What role did local rumor play in shaping suspicion before the law ever reached its verdict? What was understood of illness, depression, or self-destruction in a rural Victorian household? And how often did the cultural fear of the poisoner's cup, or bowl, speak louder than uncertainty, contradiction, or doubt? This book does not begin from the assumption that Mary Lefley was innocent, nor does it proceed from the certainty that she was guilty in the simple and melodramatic sense her case invited. Rather, it begins with a more difficult proposition: that the truth of cases like hers is often entangled with the values of the society that produced them. Victorian England was a world of strict moral language and uneven scientific authority, of powerful assumptions about marriage and womanhood, of coroners' inquests and sensational reporting, of local reputations capable of hardening into legal destiny. Within that world, a woman accused of poisoning her husband did not merely face a criminal charge. She faced a whole structure of interpretation that had already decided what kind of figure she might be. Poison occupied a singular place in the 19th century imagination. It was feared not only because it killed, but because it seemed to violate the expected order of violence. Unlike the knife or the bludgeon, poison was hidden. It could be administered quietly, domestically, and without spectacle. It entered through food, drink, medicine, or care. It belonged not to roadside ambush or drunken brawl, but to the household, the very sphere associated with female duty, nourishment, and moral stewardship. This made poisoning, particularly alleged poisoning by women, uniquely alarming to Victorian sensibilities. It appeared to corrupt the home from within and overturn the cultural ideal of the wife as guardian of comfort and life. That fear shaped public narratives with remarkable force. Women charged with poisoning were often described in language that moved quickly beyond evidence into type. They were calculating, secretive, cold, unnatural, deceptive. Their femininity was not erased by accusation. It was weaponized within it. Ordinary acts, preparing meals, dispensing medicine, nursing the sick, became retrospectively sinister. The domestic skills expected of women could be reinterpreted as opportunities for covert violence. In such cases, guilt was not always proven solely by direct demonstration. It was sometimes assembled from conduct, atmosphere, supposition, and the persuasive power of what seemed narratively fitting. Mary Lefley's case sits squarely within this world, but it also resists it. It is, in many respects, a provincial case, rural rather than metropolitan, intimate rather than sprawling, and tied to the rhythms of agricultural life rather than the crowded drama of London courts. Yet those very qualities make it especially revealing. Small communities generated their own pressures. Neighbors observed one another closely. Disputes, habits, illnesses, tempers, and private sorrows rarely remained wholly private. A death in such a setting did not occur in silence. It passed immediately into interpretation. By the time official inquiry began, a framework of meaning had often already formed around it. This mattered profoundly in an age when the criminal process was shaped not only by forensic testimony, but by human inference, by the credibility of witnesses, the reputations of the accused, and the moral expectations of juries. To revisit Mary Lefley now is therefore to do more than retell a single crime. It is to examine the making of guilt in a particular historical moment. It is to look at how domestic life could be read as evidence, how women's behavior was judged under conditions of grief and suspicion, and how the Victorian fascination with poison could narrow as much as clarify public understanding. It is also to consider the limits of certainty. The historical record does not always yield the kind of clean conclusion modern readers might hope for. There are cases in which records survive abundantly but mislead, others in which the scarcity of surviving material creates its own distortions. Mary Lefley's story belongs in part to both categories. Enough remains to trouble the official story. Not enough remains to settle it entirely. That tension is central to this book. What follows is not an exercise in romantic rehabilitation, nor an attempt to manufacture doubt for its own sake. It is an inquiry grounded in the records that survive and in the wider context that gives those records meaning. The aim is to place Mary Lefley back into the world from which she was taken, the legal world of late Victorian prosecution, the medical world in which toxicology was both powerful and contested, the social world of marriage, labor, religion, rural reputation, and gendered expectation, and the print world in which criminal cases were turned into moral drama for public consumption. Only within that broader frame can the contours of her case be properly understood. The story also belongs to a larger history of how women have been written about in crime. Once accused, they are often flattened. Complexity drains away. Ambivalence is treated as evasion. Silence is treated as cunning. Sorrow is treated as performance. Such patterns are not unique to the Victorian period, but the 19th century expressed them with particular confidence. It had strong beliefs about what a good wife looked like, what a guilty woman sounded like, and how moral disorder might reveal itself in the body and the home. Those beliefs did not remain outside the courtroom door. They traveled in with the witnesses, the lawyers, the reporters, and the jurors. They informed what seemed plausible and what seemed impossible. For that reason, Mary Lefley's case asks to be read on more than one level. It is the story of a death and a prosecution. It is also the story of how the category of the female poisoner was produced, circulated, and believed. It asks what happened inside one household, but also what happened once that household came under public scrutiny. It asks how a woman became legible to the state as a possible murderess, and how swiftly a meal, a marriage, and a manner could be made to signify criminal intent. The rice pudding at the center of the case has lingered in memory because it seems so quintessentially domestic. It was not an exotic substance, not a stranger's weapon, not an object associated with visible brutality. That is precisely why it gripped the imagination. It suggested that danger could be prepared in the ordinary course of care, that death could be folded into routine, that the familiar could become fatal without outward sign. Such fears were deeply Victorian, but they are not wholly foreign to the present. The cases that continue to compel are often those that disturb the boundary between the safe and the unsafe, the intimate and the lethal, the known and the unknowable. This book is written in recognition of that enduring unease, but also with caution toward the seductions of true crime. Historical crime writing can too easily become an extension of the very sensationalism it claims to critique. It can privilege the dramatic over the documented, the memorable detail over the verifiable one, and the narrative satisfaction of guilt over the difficult integrity of uncertainty. Where the surviving evidence is limited, contradictory, or shaped by prejudice, restraint becomes essential. The dead deserve more than repetition. The condemned deserve more than caricature. And the historical reader deserves more than the easy confidence of inherited conclusions. Mary Lefley was condemned by her own century. That fact cannot be undone. But condemnation is not the same as comprehension. To understand what happened, to William Lefley, to Mary, and to the story that formed around them, requires patience with ambiguity and attention to context. It requires a willingness to read against the grain of sensational reporting, to test forensic claims against the standards of the time, and to recognize how often the 19th century transformed women into symbols long before it understood them as people. What follows, then, is an attempt to recover not merely a case but a world. A world in which poison sat in medicine cupboards and farm buildings, in which domestic labor concealed as much exhaustion as virtue, in which marriage could be both economic necessity and private strain, in which villages remembered everything, in which newspapers sold morality through melodrama, and in which a woman could walk from her kitchen into history by way of accusation. Whether Mary Lefley was a murderess, a scapegoat, or a woman caught in a tragedy more complex than the court allowed remains the defining question. It is not answered lightly here. It is, however, pursued seriously. Introduction. On an ordinary day in 1884 in a quiet rural district of Lincolnshire, a man ate a meal in his own home and soon afterwards was dead. In itself, that simple sequence would not have marked the case for lasting notice. Death in the 19th century was common, often sudden, and not always immediately understood. Illness might move quickly. Accidents were frequent. Medical help could be distant, delayed, or limited. Within many households, suffering was managed privately and explained imperfectly. Yet some deaths resisted ordinary explanation. They produced not only grief but suspicion. They invited questions that stretched beyond the body and into the household, the marriage, the habits of the dead, the conduct of the living, and the moral atmosphere of the home itself. That is what happened in the case of William Lefley. What followed his death transformed a domestic tragedy into a public crime. Attention fixed upon the food he had eaten, upon the arsenic found in connection with his death, and above all upon his wife, Mary Lefley. Before long, the private space of the Lefley home had been opened to legal scrutiny and public interpretation. The kitchen, the table, the marriage, the routines of husband and wife, and the smallest remembered acts of ordinary life were all drawn into the machinery of accusation. A meal became evidence. Domestic behavior became testimony. Character became argument. By the time the case reached its legal climax, Mary Lefley stood not simply as a woman whose husband had died, but as a figure onto whom the anxieties of an age could be powerfully projected. Wife, possible poisoner, and alleged destroyer from within the home. At one level, the case appears straightforward. A man died after consuming food said to contain arsenic. His wife was accused of administering it. She was tried, convicted, and executed. Such a summary has the advantage of clarity, and clarity is often what both courts and popular retellings prefer. It offers a beginning, middle, and end. It satisfies the appetite for narrative order. It suggests that the law identified a hidden crime, exposed it, and punished the guilty party. In the compressed form of legal memory or popular true crime, cases are often left there, reduced to a sequence of official outcomes that seem to speak for themselves. But the apparent simplicity of such cases can be deceptive. The closer one looks at Mary Lefley's story, the more unstable that neat outline becomes. The death remains. The accusation remains. The conviction remains. Yet around those fixed points gathers a troubling array of uncertainties. What precisely happened inside the Lefley household in the hours and days surrounding William's death? How secure was the evidence that linked Mary to deliberate poisoning, rather than proximity, domestic responsibility, or suspicion formed after the fact? What weight should be given to the medical and toxicological testimony of the period, offered in an era when forensic science was influential but not infallible? How did local reputation, neighborhood talk, and Victorian expectations about wifehood shape the interpretation of conduct that might, under other conditions, have seemed unremarkable or ambiguous? And what space, if any, existed in such a case for doubt once a recognizable narrative of female poisoning had taken hold? These are not minor questions added later by historical curiosity. They go to the heart of how guilt was understood, established, and narrated in 19th century England. This book begins from the belief that Mary Lefley's case is worth examining not only because of its dramatic elements, but because of the historical world it reveals. It opens a window onto late Victorian attitudes toward domestic crime, poison, marriage, science, and gender. It shows how a rural death could become a legal spectacle through the interpretive labor of inquests, witnesses, medical men, lawyers, judges, journalists, and the wider reading public. It also shows how the charge of poisoning carried a force out of proportion to many other kinds of accusation. Poisoning in the 19th century was feared with peculiar intensity. It seemed secretive, intimate, and profoundly unnatural. It could be administered in the course of care. It could enter the body through food or drink prepared by trusted hands. It suggested not an assault by an obvious enemy, but betrayal at the table, in the bedroom, or beside the sickbed. That fear made poison one of the most culturally charged forms of violence in the Victorian imagination. Arsenic, in particular, occupied an unsettling place in 19th century life. It was widely known as a deadly substance, but it was also distressingly available. It appeared in commercial, agricultural, and domestic settings. It might be used for vermin, obtained with relative ease, or encountered in ways that blurred the boundary between ordinary household utility and lethal danger. This created a peculiar combination of circumstances. A poison both notorious and accessible, scientifically identifiable, and yet still embedded in everyday material life. Its very familiarity helped to produce a climate in which suspicion could flourish. Where arsenic was present, intent might be inferred. Where domestic relationships were troubled, motive might be imagined. Once poison entered the story, nearly every gesture around it became legible as potential design. For women, this cultural framework carried particular consequences. It was celebrated as a site of order, discipline, nourishment, and emotional refuge. Within that idealized structure, the wife was cast as guardian of domestic life. She prepared food, managed care, oversaw cleanliness, and often attended the sick. These responsibilities gave women practical authority inside the home, but they also exposed them to a distinct form of suspicion when illness or death occurred there. The very acts associated with feminine duty could be reread as opportunities for covert harm. Cooking became concealment. Medicine became manipulation. Composure became coldness. Grief became performance. In this way, the accusation of poisoning did not merely identify a possible method of murder. It inverted the moral meaning of domestic womanhood itself. A wife accused of poisoning her husband therefore entered court already burdened by more than the evidence presented against her. She entered burdened by a cultural script. That script was both powerful and flexible. It could absorb weakness and reinterpret it as cunning. It could absorb confusion and reinterpret it as contradiction. It could absorb reserve and reinterpret it as heartlessness. Women who did not grieve properly, speak properly, or conform properly to expected emotional behavior risked appearing morally suspect. Yet those who displayed intense feeling could also be treated as theatrical or insincere. The accused woman was thus often judged not only for the alleged act, but for the adequacy of her femininity under scrutiny. Her words, silences, posture, habits, and face could be turned into material for conviction in ways that extended well beyond strictly factual proof. Mary Lefley's story belongs inside that history. It also belongs inside the history of rural life. Much of the literature on Victorian crime gravitates toward cities, especially London, where sensational journalism, crowded courts, and notorious offenders generated abundant documentation and a durable public mythology. Rural cases often survive more unevenly. Their settings were quieter, their records sometimes thinner, and their afterlives less elaborately preserved. Yet the countryside produced its own forms of surveillance, pressure, and judgment. In small communities, the boundaries between private life and communal knowledge were fragile. Quarrels, habits, moods, debts, illnesses, and marital tensions could all become part of a shared local consciousness. Once suspicion arose, it moved through those channels rapidly. A household did not have to be public in order to be watched. This matters because criminal accusations do not emerge in a vacuum. They form inside social worlds already structured by expectation. By the time an inquest or trial begins, many of the meanings attached to a case have already been assembled. Witnesses do not enter as blank observers. They bring memory shaped by hindsight, belief shaped by rumor, and interpretation shaped by local feeling. Journalists amplify some details and ignore others. Lawyers arrange facts into patterns designed to persuade. Judges frame those patterns within moral and legal language. Juries listen not merely to evidence, but to stories about what sort of people they are being asked to judge. The result is not fabrication. It is something more complicated. Truth is pursued, but always through human systems of reading, selecting, and arranging. In cases involving alleged poison, those systems were especially vulnerable to drama. The power of the Mary Lefley case lies partly in how concentrated all these tensions become within it. The domestic setting is intimate. The alleged method is emblematic. The evidentiary questions are difficult. The social meanings are dense. The legal outcome is final. Everything about the case encourages a rapid conclusion, yet almost everything about the surviving record encourages caution. This tension between decisiveness and uncertainty is precisely what makes the case historically significant. It allows us to ask not only whether Mary Lefley was guilty, but how guilt itself was made to appear coherent, compelling, and punishable under Victorian conditions. That broader inquiry shapes the pages that follow. This is not a book built around the promise of final revelation. Historical crime rarely permits that luxury. Records are incomplete. Testimony is selective. Official outcomes can obscure as much as they illuminate. Newspaper reporting may preserve vivid detail while distorting tone, emphasis, and implication. Medical evidence, while often treated retrospectively as neutral, was produced within the knowledge limits and professional rivalries of its own time. Silence in the archive does not always indicate innocence, but neither does it confirm guilt. Historical certainty is often less secure than narrative convention would have us believe. For that reason, this book proceeds by reconstruction rather than myth. It seeks to place the Lefley case within the material and intellectual world in which it occurred. It asks how arsenic functioned in everyday life, how rural marriages were understood and observed, how Victorian courts handled poisoning allegations, and how newspapers converted legal proceedings into moral tales for public consumption. It is as much interested in conditions as in conclusion. The aim is not to flatten ambiguity, but to understand why ambiguity mattered so much and why, in some circumstances, it disappeared so quickly once the machinery of prosecution began to move. To write about Mary Lefley is also to enter a wider conversation about women in crime history. Female defendants have often been remembered either as monsters or as martyrs, with little room between those poles. The sensational imagination prefers extremes. It is less comfortable with women who are ordinary, limited, contradictory, unhappy, exhausted, socially constrained, or only partly knowable. Yet those are the conditions in which most real lives unfold. If Mary Lefley is to be understood historically, she must be approached not merely as a criminal type, but as a person who moved through a particular domestic, social, and legal world. That does not require exoneration. It requires proportion. The same is true of William Lefley. In many poisoning narratives, the dead person is absorbed too quickly into the role of victim and made to vanish behind the more dramatic figure of the accused. Yet he too existed within a texture of work, health, temperament, relation, and daily life. His death was not only an evidentiary fact but a human event, one with meanings that would have looked different from different vantage points. To neighbors, to kin, to medical men, to police, to jurors, and perhaps even within his own household before suspicion hardened into certainty. Recovering that fuller frame is essential, because the shape of his life and condition may have mattered as much as the presence of poison in understanding what followed. The importance of the case then lies not only in whether Mary Lefley killed her husband, but in the historical processes through which that proposition became believable, prosecutable, and ultimately judicially settled. A conviction tells us what the law decided. It does not by itself tell us everything about how that decision was reached, what uncertainties it contained, or why later readers might still find the case troubling. The task of history is not to overturn verdicts for the sake of drama, nor to treat legal decisions as beyond examination. It is to read them in context with full awareness of the pressures, assumptions, and limitations that attended them. That is the work this book sets out to do. The chapters that follow move outward as well as inward. They will examine the Lefley household, but also the broader Victorian fear of poisoning. They will consider the evidentiary role of food, medicine, and domestic labor. They will situate the case within the history of arsenic and within the changing authority of toxicology. They will trace the operation of local reputation and public reporting. They will look closely at the courtroom where technical evidence, ordinary observation, and moral rhetoric met. And they will return repeatedly to the question that hovers over all such cases. What can be known, what was claimed to be known, and what was transformed into certainty because the culture of the time found it compelling. Not because it offers easy shock, but because it reveals how domestic crime was imagined, narrated, and punished in the late 19th century. Not because it allows comfortable certainty, but because it shows how certainty can be historically produced. Not because Mary Lefley can now be neatly reclaimed from the verdict against her, but because the world that judged her can still be examined with care. Chapter 1. Long before poison was identified in a laboratory, measured by an expert, or named in a courtroom, it existed powerfully in the imagination. It belonged to fear before it belonged to proof. In 19th century Britain, few methods of killing carried the same charge of unease as poisoning. It was not simply that poison could kill. Many things could kill. Disease killed constantly. Industrial labor killed. Childbirth killed. Hunger, exposure, unsafe water, infected wounds, and common fevers all killed with a familiarity now difficult to fully recover. Death was not rare in Victorian life. What made poison distinct was the manner of its imagined operation. It entered quietly. It moved invisibly. The Victorian period inherited older ideas about poison, but it intensified and modernized them. Poison had long been associated with treachery, intrigue, and moral corruption. European history and literature had furnished generations of readers with tales of covert murder by powders, drafts, and tainted dishes. Renaissance courts, aristocratic rivalries, and lurid legends about Italian poisoners had created a cultural memory in which poison seemed both refined and wicked, secretive and almost theatrical. By the 19th century, these older associations had not disappeared. They continued to haunt the imagination, now joined to new anxieties generated by industrial society, commercial chemistry, expanding print culture, and the changing character of everyday domestic life. Substances capable of harm were no longer remote curiosities. They were increasingly part of ordinary life. Rather, it meant that the material conditions existed for poison to become both imaginable and plausible in daily life. For this reason, poisoning cases often attracted moral language beyond the legal facts. They were described in terms not only of criminality but of unnaturalness. The poisoner was false, treacherous, depraved, cunning, fiendish. Yet poison was never only a matter of sensation. It also sat at the meeting point of science and suspicion. The 19th century witnessed important developments in toxicology and forensic medicine. Experts increasingly claimed the authority to detect substances within the body, identify symptoms, distinguish one poison from another, and speak with scientific certainty before judges and juries. This growing authority transformed poisoning cases. They were no longer reliant solely on confession, obvious circumstance, or lay inference. Chemical analysis promised to expose what the eye could not see. It appeared to turn invisible crime into knowable fact. This promise carried enormous cultural significance. It suggested that modern science could penetrate domestic secrecy and restore truth where trust had been violated. The toxicologist, in this sense, became a kind of secular interpreter of hidden wrongdoing. Through tests, reactions, residues, and expert explanation, he made the covert visible. Courts increasingly valued this authority, and the public often treated scientific evidence with a mixture of awe and reassurance. Here, at last, was a means to answer one of the most disquieting features of poison: its invisibility. But forensic certainty in the Victorian period was not as complete or stable as retrospective myth sometimes suggests. Toxicology was advancing, but it was not infallible. Methods were debated. Standards varied. Experts could disagree. Symptoms of poisoning might overlap with symptoms of ordinary disease. The significance of recovered substances could be contested. Questions could arise about dosage, timing, administration, contamination, and interpretation. Even where poison was unquestionably present, the leap from presence to deliberate murder was not always simple. Science could identify material facts, but those facts still had to be narrated through motive, opportunity, behavior, and circumstance. The courtroom remained a place where science met story, and story often shaped what science seemed to mean. Nowhere was this more evident than in cases involving the household. The Victorian home was not merely a physical space. It was an ethical ideal. It was imagined as the refuge from the coarser pressures of the outside world, a place of nurture, order, discipline, respectability, and sentiment. Middle-class discourse especially elevated domesticity into a moral system. The home was where character was formed, children were guided, affection was properly expressed, and womanly influence operated most virtuously. Even where actual conditions of life bore little resemblance to this ideal, whether through poverty, overcrowding, labor demands, illness, or marital unhappiness, the ideal itself remained powerful. It structured judgment. It shaped expectation. It gave meaning to behavior. Poison threatened this ideal at its core because it worked through domestic channels. It exploited proximity, routine, and trust. It could be administered not by invading the home but by inhabiting it. In this sense, poisoning was a profoundly anti-domestic crime. It transformed the very mechanisms of care into possible mechanisms of death. A meal prepared by a wife, a medicine offered by a nurse, a drink supplied by a relative. These ordinary acts acquired sinister possibility under the shadow of poison. The crime did not simply happen in the home. It corrupted the idea of home itself. This is one reason female poisoners exercised such a hold over the Victorian imagination. Their cultural power exceeded their statistical frequency because they embodied a terrifying reversal of gendered expectation. The ideal Victorian woman was associated with nurture, gentleness, moral influence, and the maintenance of domestic order. She was the keeper of the table, the manager of household rhythms, the carer of the sick. These roles granted women practical intimacy with the body and appetites of others. At the same time, that intimacy rendered them uniquely vulnerable to suspicion when poisoning was alleged. The wife, mother, daughter, or servant who prepared and served food could easily be imagined as the secret agent of harm. The Victorian imagination was especially adept at turning atmosphere into moral evidence. This tendency was reinforced by the wider culture of sensation. The 19th century was an age fascinated by secrets. Hidden chambers, double lives, forged respectability, buried scandal, undisclosed vice. Popular fiction, journalism, and courtroom reporting all circulated the idea that beneath smooth surfaces lay concealed realities. Poisoning fit perfectly within this structure of feeling. It was the crime of unseen intention. It confirmed that the pleasant meal, the orderly marriage, the quiet village, the respectable household, and the attentive wife might all conceal something darker. Was scientific expertise keeping pace with criminal ingenuity? The poisoning case became a site where anxieties about modernity, domesticity, and moral control converged. At the same time, poison generated a distinctive problem of proof. Because it was hidden, intention had to be reconstructed indirectly. Even where toxicological evidence confirmed the presence of poison, that did not automatically reveal how it was administered, by whom, or with what purpose. Accident, self-dosing, contamination, mishandling, occupational exposure, misadventure, and self-destruction all remained possible in some cases. The law, however, preferred conclusions. Courts could not linger indefinitely in ambiguity. Juries were required to decide. The pressure to translate uncertainty into verdict meant that poisoning trials often became struggles over interpretation rather than mere demonstrations of fact. Names, motives, and particulars changed, but the interpretive template remained ready. The wife who administered poison could be fitted quickly into a familiar frame. Hidden resentment, greed, weariness, lust, revenge, calculation, deceit. The template simplified complex domestic histories into recognizable moral drama. This ambiguity strengthened poison's symbolic power. It could represent evil intention, but it could also represent the dangers of modern material life, invisible substances, uncertain expertise, and the unsettling fact that what sustained life could also end it. Food, medicine, and chemistry were all implicated. The poisoning story dramatized a wider Victorian anxiety that the visible world could not be trusted at face value. One had to know what lay within the powder, the bottle, the sweetened mixture, the spoonful, the household remedy. Surfaces concealed composition. Respectability concealed motive. Domestic order concealed possible danger. All of this forms the imaginative background against which the Mary Lefley case must be read. When a rural husband died after eating food in his own home, and when arsenic entered the story, the case did not emerge into an interpretive vacuum. It entered a world already primed to understand poison as one of the darkest violations of domestic trust. The dish associated with the death mattered not simply as a physical object but as a symbolic one. A pudding was humble, familiar, and domestic. It belonged to the ordinary rhythms of the household table. That very ordinariness amplified the horror. In the Victorian imagination, the simple dish could become the perfect vehicle of hidden death because it dramatized the collapse of trust in its purest form, nourishment transformed into mortality. The accused wife, similarly, did not appear before public judgment as a blank individual. She appeared within a cultural script already heavy with meaning. Her role in food preparation, household management, and marriage made her simultaneously plausible and suspect. Her behavior, however interpreted, would be read through expectations about femininity and domestic duty. The question of whether she had poisoned her husband could not be separated from the broader Victorian tendency to turn domestic women into moral symbols under pressure. The facts of the case mattered, but so did the stories Victorians were already prepared to tell about wives, meals, chemicals, illness, and hidden intent. The accused wife was never merely an accused wife. Each had been charged in advance, with a dense and highly Victorian significance. To understand the case, one must first understand that imaginative burden. The prominence of arsenic was not accidental. It arose from the peculiar combination of qualities that made the substance both useful and terrifying. Arsenic was not merely lethal. Many materials were lethal in sufficient quantity. What made arsenic especially significant was the degree to which it was woven into everyday existence. It could be purchased, stored, transported, and employed for purposes that seemed entirely ordinary within the material conditions of the time. It was familiar enough to be present but dangerous enough to be dreaded. That combination made it the perfect poison for an age increasingly aware that danger might reside not only in dramatic weapons, but in commonplace substances kept near at hand. The word arsenic itself carried immense force in the 19th century. It could evoke a chemical compound, a rat poison, a murder trial, a coroner's report, or the image of a quiet meal turned fatal. It moved easily between practical language and sensational meaning. In the hands of a chemist or surgeon, it was a substance to be detected, measured, and identified. In the pages of newspapers, it became a shorthand for concealed wickedness. In public conversation, it could stand for the fear that what looked harmless in the cupboard or pantry might, under altered circumstances, become an instrument of death. This is one reason arsenic became so central to prosecutions and suspicions alike. It did not have to be smuggled into the household from some distant or exotic source. It might already be there. That proximity made arsenic culturally dangerous in a way that exceeded its chemistry. A poison that could plausibly be kept for legitimate use was a poison that could also plausibly be misused. The line between utility and criminal opportunity became alarmingly thin. Once a death aroused suspicion, the question was not simply whether arsenic existed in the community, but who had access to it, who understood it, who handled it, and why it had been kept. Possession could be ordinary one day and incriminating the next. A jar intended for vermin might, under the pressure of legal inquiry, be transformed into evidence of planning. The very normality of storage became part of the problem. This was particularly true in the countryside. Rural life in 19th century Britain is sometimes imagined retrospectively as simpler, cleaner, and less chemically saturated than urban industrial existence. In reality, rural households lived in close contact with a wide range of potentially dangerous materials. Agricultural work, animal management, pest control, fuel, open flame, sharp implements, medicines, and improvised remedies all formed part of daily survival. The Victorian countryside was not chemically innocent. It was practical, improvised, and materially dense. Arsenic had a place within that world precisely because it solved problems people considered immediate and real. Rats, mice, insects, and agricultural threats were not minor inconveniences. They damaged food, property, storage, and livelihood. A poison that dealt effectively with such threats was useful, even necessary. But usefulness did not lessen dread. If anything, it deepened it. The most unsettling feature of arsenic was not merely that it could kill, but that it could enter life through routine. A substance purchased to rid a farmstead of vermin could rest on a shelf within reach of household activity. It might be stored in a packet, bottle, or container that, if badly labeled or carelessly handled, generated the possibility of accident. It might sit uncomfortably close to food preparation areas, domestic workspaces, or other materials. Even where no mishap occurred, the awareness of such proximity contributed to an atmosphere in which arsenic seemed always to hover near the boundary between necessity and catastrophe. This boundary mattered profoundly in cases of suspected poisoning. In theory, the presence of arsenic in a household might point in several directions at once. It could indicate entirely lawful use. It could suggest accidental contamination. It could raise the possibility of carelessness. It could point toward self-administration in some circumstances, or toward deliberate administration by another. The substance itself did not narrate its own meaning. It had to be interpreted. Yet once a suspicious death had occurred, the interpretive balance often shifted quickly toward intention. That shift was one of the defining features of Victorian arsenic cases. The same material fact that might once have seemed ordinary became, after death, thick with moral implication. The cultural career of arsenic was shaped not only by access, but by the way it acted upon the body. Arsenic poisoning could produce symptoms that were dramatic, distressing, and in some respects difficult to distinguish from severe gastrointestinal illness. Vomiting, abdominal pain, purging, collapse, weakness, and physical distress were among the kinds of symptoms associated with it. In an age when many diseases could also produce violent bodily symptoms, this created a significant problem. A sick person might seem to be suffering from natural illness until suspicion redirected the interpretation of those symptoms. Conversely, once arsenic was suspected, the physical signs of suffering could be reread as obvious proof that poison had been at work all along. This retrospective clarity was often deceptive. Medical men in the 19th century were increasingly equipped to discuss poison scientifically, yet bedside observation remained entangled with uncertainty. Symptoms alone were not always enough. Bodies had to be examined. Stomachs might be tested. Residues might be sought. Substances found in food, utensils, or household containers might be analyzed. Expert testimony came to play a central role in transforming bodily distress into chemical evidence. Still, the leap from symptom to certainty was not always clean. Even where medical authorities believed they had identified arsenic, questions remained about quantity, timing, source, and administration. Was the dose sufficient to kill? Had it been taken all at once or over time? Could it have entered through some route other than the one alleged? The Victorian courtroom often presented science as decisive, but behind that performance lay a more complicated reality. Arsenic's reputation was strengthened by precisely this mixture of detectability and doubt. It was not wholly invisible. It could, under the right circumstances, be found and named. That made it suitable for criminal prosecution in ways that some subtler toxic harms were not. At the same time, its effects and pathways could still generate debate, allowing trials to become contests over interpretation rather than mere demonstrations of indisputable fact. Arsenic thus occupied an ideal position in the legal culture of the period, frightening enough to scandalize, material enough to analyze, and ambiguous enough to argue about. The development of toxicology gave arsenic a new afterlife in the courtroom. As forensic medicine advanced, experts increasingly claimed the ability to detect arsenic in bodily tissues and in suspicious materials. Chemical testing appeared to provide access to truths hidden from ordinary observation. This was a profound change. Earlier fears of poison had often rested on rumor, confession, circumstantial pattern, or the moral logic of suspicion. 19th century science promised something more objective. It suggested that the dead body could speak chemically, that hidden substances could be drawn forth and named, and that justice could proceed not merely from impression but from demonstration. In practice, however, this scientific promise was always mediated by people. by the competence of the analyst, the quality of the sample, the condition of the body, the preservation of evidence, the phrasing of expert testimony, and the willingness of judge and jury to understand or trust what they heard. Scientific evidence never entered court as pure truth. It entered through professional authority. That authority could be compelling, but it could also be overstated, challenged, misunderstood, or woven too neatly into the prosecution's broader story. In arsenic cases, as in so many others, science did not eliminate narrative. It joined it. The result was that arsenic acquired a dual image in Victorian culture. It was the poison of the cupboard and the poison of the laboratory. It was both ordinary and extraordinary. It belonged to domestic space and also to the expanding realm of forensic expertise. This duality gave it enormous symbolic power. It represented the fear that modern life had placed dangerous knowledge and dangerous substances within everyday reach, while also offering the hope that modern science might expose hidden guilt. Arsenic was therefore not merely a toxic agent. It was a sign of a changing world in which chemistry, commerce, household practice, and criminal law had become deeply entangled. Its availability was one of the great subjects of concern. Throughout the 19th century, there were debates about the sale and control of poisons, reflecting a growing unease about how easily dangerous substances might be obtained. That unease did not emerge in abstraction. It came from real deaths, suspected murders, accidental ingestions, and the increasing visibility of poison in public discussion. Legislators, reformers, and commentators worried about whether the ordinary sale of substances such as arsenic made crime too easy or accidents too likely. Regulation was proposed and enacted in various forms, but regulation never entirely removed arsenic from daily life. The substance remained near enough to ordinary practice that its presence in criminal cases continued to feel plausible. This plausibility mattered immensely to the social life of suspicion. A crime need not be common to seem possible. It needed only to fit the material conditions people recognized. Arsenic did. A wife accused of poisoning her husband with some fantastical foreign compound might have strained belief. A wife accused of using a substance known to be kept for rats or farm use was readily imaginable. The charge aligned with what people knew of their own environment. In this sense, arsenic helped bridge the gap between extraordinary accusation and ordinary experience. It made poisoning feel frighteningly local. At the same time, arsenic's ordinariness complicated guilt. Because the substance could be present for lawful reasons, possession did not by itself prove criminal intent. Many households might keep it without incident. Many people might handle it without murderous design. This should have strengthened caution in criminal reasoning, but in practice it often had the opposite effect. The availability of arsenic made it easy to construct opportunity. Once motive was alleged, access could be inferred. Once access was established, intent could be more readily imagined. The substance's everyday presence meant that the prosecution did not always have to solve the mystery of how poison entered the household. It began from the assumption that such entry was materially unremarkable. The real struggle moved to why and by whom. Who bought the arsenic? Who stored it? Who knew where it was kept? Who mixed the meal? Who served it? Was anyone else likely to have handled the food? Had vermin poison been prepared recently? Had there been previous incidents, suspicious remarks, or tensions in the marriage? In arsenic cases, the household became an evidentiary map. The poison's likely path had to be traced through daily labor. Since women often bore responsibility for food preparation and domestic management, they could appear especially close to the means of administration. Yet that closeness was itself a product of gendered work. What looked like suspicious access was often simply ordinary domestic duty. This is one reason arsenic cases involving wives proved so compelling and so fraught. The domestic order that gave women their practical role in household care also made them legible as possible poisoners when that order broke down in death. Arsenic intensified this legibility because it could be hidden in familiar preparations without necessarily altering the broader scene. Food did not cease to look like food. A pudding remained a pudding. A broth remained a broth. The form of nourishment was preserved even when the substance within it had changed. That preservation of outward normality made arsenic not only useful to the imagined poisoner, but terrifying to the wider culture. It suggested that trust itself could be chemically betrayed. Victorian readers and jurors alike were highly responsive to this symbolic inversion. The emotional power of an arsenic case often depended less on chemistry than on the domestic vehicle of administration. It mattered whether the poison was said to be in tea, soup, beer, medicine, gruel, or pudding. Each object carried its own resonances, but all shared the same underlying logic: the transformation of care into death. Arsenic was especially suited to this logic because it was understood as a substance that could be mixed, concealed, and ingested. The ordinary act of eating became the scene of possible murder. That is why arsenic cases so often lingered in public memory through the object associated with administration. The meal became the story's moral center. Yet even here, historical caution is necessary. The neatness of the poison dish narrative can obscure how messy real events were. Food passed through hands. Illness unfolded over time. Witnesses remembered selectively. Reports simplified. Trials imposed order on confusing sequences of suffering, conversation, and practical action. The substance in question might be chemically identifiable, but the exact human chain by which it entered the body could remain elusive. This is particularly important in rural households, where work, storage, and domestic activity often overlapped in ways that later retellings flatten or ignore. The modern imagination is tempted to picture a single dramatic act: the poisoner tipping a fatal powder into a bowl with cold intent. It might sit quietly in a drawer, disguised by usefulness, awaiting either accident or design. This larger history matters enormously when approaching the Lefley case. The accusation against Mary Lefley did not arise in a neutral world of facts waiting to be sorted. It arose in a culture already trained to fear arsenic as the everyday poison par excellence. The substance was frightening precisely because it was imaginable in a rural household. Its alleged use in food did not stretch the boundaries of belief. It fitted them. The presence of arsenic could therefore stabilize suspicion with remarkable speed. Once it entered the case, Mary Lefley did not face only the evidence gathered against her. She faced the full imaginative weight of what arsenic already meant. For a Victorian jury, arsenic was more than a substance identified by experts. It was a moral material. It signified hidden agency. It spoke of deliberate concealment. It joined the authority of science to the emotional force of domestic betrayal. If it could be shown to be in the food, then the food itself became transformed from meal to medium of murder. If the wife had prepared or served that food, the structure of suspicion almost arranged itself. This did not make conviction inevitable, but it made acquittal harder to imagine. That familiarity is precisely what the historian must resist. To understand arsenic historically is to recognize both its real dangers and its narrative seductions. It was indeed widely available. It was indeed deadly. It was indeed detected in criminal inquiries. But its very notoriety made it an interpretive shortcut. It allowed a society anxious about domestic disorder to convert chemical presence into moral certainty more quickly than the underlying complexity of a case might justify. Arsenic was the Victorian poison not only because it killed, but because it sat at the intersection of all the age's deepest concerns: the vulnerability of the body, the uncertainty of appearances, the moral pressure of home, the reach of science, and the fear that ordinary life itself might conceal deadly intent. It was the substance through which chemistry entered the parlor, the farmstead, the kitchen, and the courtroom. And once it was found there, nothing in the household seemed innocent for long. Chapter 3. They knew who was thriving and who was struggling, who quarreled, who drank, who kept a decent house, who appeared troubled, who had lost money, who had taken ill, and who seemed burdened in marriage. Such knowledge was rarely complete, but it did not have to be complete in order to matter. Once a death occurred, these fragments could harden into explanation. The village and its surrounding farms were therefore not neutral stages upon which a crime happened. They were active environments of interpretation. Long before a coroner sat, before a doctor tested a stomach, before lawyers ordered testimony into prosecutorial shape, the event had already entered a local world that read it according to its own rules. For this reason, the history of rural crime is never only the history of an act. It is the history of social reading. The Victorian ideal of the home as a refuge often obscures this reality. Rural homes were not merely sites of comfort. Illness did not suspend domestic responsibility, it intensified it. Poverty did not erase respectability as an expectation. It made it harder to maintain. Marital affection might coexist with exhaustion, irritation, disappointment, or fear. The home could be at once necessary, intimate, oppressive, sustaining, and unstable. All of this shaped how a suspicious death would later be understood. A household under pressure was fertile ground for inference. The prosecution of domestic crime often drew strength from conditions that were widespread but seldom named plainly in respectable public language. Such pressures are crucial in any case involving alleged poisoning because motive in these prosecutions was rarely imagined in grand terms alone. Domestic murder in the Victorian imagination was often tied to ordinary burdens. A difficult marriage, small sums of money, weariness, inheritance, resentment, impatience, humiliation, a desire for release, or the gradual corrosion of feeling. The scale of the motive was often made to match the scale of the household. A humble rural setting did not diminish the seriousness of the accusation. If anything, it heightened it by making the alleged act appear all the more intimate and calculated. In a small home, the supposed poisoner did not have to traverse distance. Opportunity was built into routine. Yet routine itself could mislead. In households where duties were divided by gender and necessity, women were naturally close to food preparation, medicine, and the care of the sick. What later appeared as suspicious proximity may in fact have been simple domestic normality. A wife who served a meal, attended an ill husband, or handled household substances was not stepping into unusual territory. She was performing her role as expected. The danger in criminal retrospect lies in the ease with which ordinary labor can be converted into evidence of secret design. Once poison is alleged, domestic work becomes charged with implication. The woman who mixed, stirred, fetched, or served can be made to seem dangerously central, even when those actions were the unremarkable basis of daily life. The rural household was also shaped by hierarchy. Marriage in Victorian England was a legal and cultural structure of unequal power, even when affection moderated its harsher edges. Husbands held authority in ways wives did not. Property, earnings, status, sexual expectations, public speech, and bodily autonomy were not shared on equal terms. This did not mean every marriage was tyrannical, nor that wives lacked agency. It means rather that marital life was lived within a system that normalized female endurance and male dominance to varying degrees. In such a context, unhappiness might be absorbed as duty. Complaint might be limited by dependence. Silence could function as prudence, habit, resignation, or fear. This becomes especially relevant in historical cases where the woman is later accused of violent wrongdoing. The courtroom often asked whether she had motive, but it asked less often what conditions structured the marriage itself. Was she content? Was he difficult? Were there pressures not easily spoken aloud? Did illness, temperament, or money produce strain that neighbors only partly understood? Did the demands of the household weigh unevenly? These questions do not excuse murder if murder occurred, but they restore dimension to lives too often flattened into legal roles: victim, wife, prisoner, witness. Without that dimension, the emotional logic of the household is replaced by stereotype. The same flattening affects the dead husband. Rural masculine life was also disciplined by expectation. A man was to work, provide, endure, govern, and maintain standing. Failure or instability could be hard to acknowledge. Physical illness might be visible, emotional distress much less so. A man under pressure, financial, mental, social, or bodily, might not have language or license to explain himself. Those around him might interpret suffering through character rather than condition. He was moody, difficult, strange, low, irritable, unreliable. After death, such descriptors could be reassembled to support whichever explanation prevailed. A troubled husband might be seen as a victim of his wife's malice, or as a man already vulnerable in ways the prosecution preferred not to emphasize. Much depended on how the story was told. Reputation was one of the great currencies of rural life. It did not have to be wholly deserved to be socially real. A household might be thought respectable, struggling, quarrelsome, orderly, careless, proud, or odd, and those impressions could cling with surprising force. Reputation mattered because people depended on one another. For work, credit, recommendation, neighborliness, assistance in illness, and recognition in church or village life. To lose standing was not merely embarrassing. It could have practical consequences. At the same time, the maintenance of reputation often required concealment. Many households hid what they could: debt, discord, drink, illness, shame, and private unhappiness. When a suspicious death pierced this protective surface, the whole accumulated weight of reputation came into play. This effect was magnified by the way memory works after shock. People do not remember the past neutrally once they believe a crime has occurred. They revisit it. They select from it. They attach meaning to details previously discarded. A remark once trivial becomes prophetic. A disagreement once minor becomes ominous. A silence once unnoticed becomes suspicious. The village mind, if such a phrase may be used, is especially prone to this backward ordering because it is collective. One person recalls an incident, another adds a tone, a third supplies a rumor, and gradually a coherent story begins to emerge. That story may contain truth, distortion, exaggeration, or all three at once. Its power lies not in precision but in accumulation. There are often many observations, but few of them are uncontaminated by hindsight. The historian must therefore read village testimony with care. It is not enough to ask whether witnesses lied. More often the difficulty is that they interpreted. They interpreted before they were asked, and they continued to interpret in court. Their testimony may preserve invaluable fragments of daily life, but those fragments arrive already shaped by suspicion and by the moral pressure of public inquiry. Religion and respectability added another layer to this world. The moral shock of such an accusation cannot be overstated. She was the person charged with the intimate maintenance of his daily life. She fed him, tended him, shared his household space, and often managed the rhythms of care. If she became the alleged source of his death, then the entire domestic structure seemed poisoned in more than the literal sense. The accusation implied not merely that one person had killed another, but that the moral logic of the home had collapsed from within. This is why allegations of wifely poisoning carried such force in village settings. They touched everyone's sense of what a household was meant to be. The material setting of rural Lincolnshire also matters in a narrower sense. Domestic space in such communities was often compact, multifunctional, and porous. Food preparation, storage, work materials, and daily movement existed in close relation. The modern reader must resist imagining rigidly separated zones of life. The kitchen was not simply a picturesque scene of domestic femininity. It could be crowded with tools, fuel, containers, work debris, and the practical clutter of an active household. Outbuildings, yards, and storage spaces were part of the same working environment. In such circumstances, the keeping of dangerous substances near useful goods, while risky, was not implausible. Nor was confusion always impossible. This does not establish accident in any particular case, but it restores realism to the conditions under which questions of contamination, access, and administration arose. Household illness likewise unfolded differently than it might today. Medical care in rural districts could be delayed, limited, or mediated by neighbors and family before a doctor arrived. People watched symptoms develop and interpreted them through common experience. They tried remedies, offered opinions, and relied upon the practical knowledge available to them. By the time professional authority entered, events might already be advanced. This lag mattered enormously in suspicious deaths. First impressions could settle in competing directions. Ordinary illness, digestive complaint, something eaten, a worsening weakness, a dangerous fit, perhaps poison. Once the final interpretation crystallized, earlier uncertainty often vanished from memory, leaving the false impression that the truth had been obvious from the beginning. In the Lefley case, as in many rural poison cases, all these conditions formed the atmosphere in which accusation became possible. A husband's death after eating food in his own home was not received in abstraction. It was received within a culture that assigned women responsibility for domestic management, that knew arsenic as both useful and deadly, that treated reputation as social fact, and that was quick to read marital and household life through moral signs once disaster struck. Rural Lincolnshire did not produce the accusation by itself, but it gave that accusation a social body. That story would later be refined by inquest and trial, but its earliest form belonged to the locality. The village knew first that something was wrong. It observed the illness, the meal, the household reaction, the movements in and out of the home, the rumors that began almost at once. It converted uncertainty into talk and talk into the beginnings of explanation. By the time the machinery of law began its work, the social groundwork had already been laid. It is within this rural social world that Mary Lefley must be placed. Not simply as a name attached to a notorious dish, nor as an isolated defendant in a poisoning trial, but as a woman living inside the pressures of household labor, marital expectation, local scrutiny, and a countryside where dangerous substances and dangerous talk could both circulate with alarming ease. To understand what happened to her and to William Lefley, one must first recognize how little separation existed between private life and public judgment in such a setting. The home was not sealed. Its tensions leaked outward. Its tragedy was quickly claimed by others. The Victorian village was watchful long before the courtroom was. Chapter 4. The Lefley household. Every poisoning case depends in the end upon a household. However loudly the newspapers speak, however confidently the lawyers arrange facts into sequence, however firmly a judge directs a jury toward conclusion, the essential question returns again and again to the same place. What was life like inside the home before death entered it? That question is never simple, and in historical cases it is rarely answered in full. The home leaves traces but not complete explanations. The Victorian rural marriage was not easily separable into emotional and practical dimensions. The two were intertwined at every level. Husband and wife shared not simply affection or social status, but labor, necessity, and confinement within the same economic unit. Their household was a place where work happened constantly, whether visible or unseen. For Mary, as for so many women of her time, domestic labor would have structured the day from beginning to end. Preparing food, keeping order, managing provisions, attending to washing and mending, nursing illness, and sustaining the practical functioning of the home were not occasional tasks but the continuous basis of family life. Such work rarely announced itself dramatically, but it shaped the emotional climate of the house. Repetition could produce steadiness, but it could also produce exhaustion. The burden of care might express itself not in one great complaint, but in a hardening of tone, a weariness of movement, a sharpened reply, or a silence that deepened over time. It entered the shared life of the household through appetite, conversation, mood, physical capacity, and the demand for care. 19th-century language for emotional suffering was imprecise, moralist, and unevenly sympathetic. A man might be described as low, strange, gloomy, unsettled, or difficult without anyone around him possessing either the vocabulary or the permission to understand him in more searching terms. Where later writers have raised the possibility of suicidal thought or severe mental disturbance, they are attempting to read through those historical limitations. The evidence may not permit certainty, but it does demand attention, because the existence of such strain would materially alter the meaning of what took place in the household. If William was troubled, the marriage must be read through that condition. A household in which one party suffers mentally or emotionally is not merely sad in the abstract. It becomes unpredictable in practice. Meals may be refused, tempers may turn suddenly, silences lengthen, ordinary conversation becomes effortful, and the labor of the other spouse increases in ways that remain largely invisible to outsiders. The healthy partner, if such a term may be used, is drawn into management as much as companionship. She must interpret moods, prevent escalation, preserve appearances, and continue the household's work beneath strain. This does not establish innocence for Mary Lefley, but it complicates any simplistic notion of motive. Victorian prosecutions often relied upon a narrow idea of motive in domestic poisoning cases: greed, resentment, infidelity, impatience, or some cold desire for release. Those motives were certainly available to the legal imagination. Yet the lived motives inside marriages are often more diffuse. Exhaustion, dread of future hardship, resentment at endless care, humiliation, fear of scandal, emotional deadening, or the collapse of sympathy under prolonged strain could all shape a relationship without leaving behind the kind of theatrical evidence newspaper readers expected. If one is to consider motive at all, it must be considered within the full discomfort of domestic reality, not merely within the tidy categories offered by the prosecution. At the same time, the existence of strain does not prove murderous intention. Here lies the essential historical difficulty. The same household conditions that might make a charge seem plausible can also explain why later witnesses remembered the marriage in tones of unease. If the Lefley home was unhappy, that unhappiness could be read as evidence of motive after William's death. But an unhappy marriage, even a deeply unhappy one, is not itself a murder plot. Rural life in the 19th century included many strained marriages, many homes burdened by illness, money trouble, fatigue, and disappointment. Only a tiny number became criminal cases. The temptation to convert domestic misery into forensic logic must therefore be resisted. The daily routines of the Lefley household deserve attention for another reason. They determined the channels through which poison, if poison there was, might have moved. In a rural Victorian home, meals were not abstract events. They were the product of material labor. Ingredients gathered or bought, fire maintained, utensils used and reused, food stored under ordinary conditions, dishes prepared in spaces that might also contain medicines, cleaning products, or substances used for practical household purposes. The person who prepared food stood at the center of a dense network of domestic action. That centrality would later prove dangerous for Mary because it made her proximity to the alleged means of death appear significant. But proximity in such a household was inevitable. The wife who cooked was always close to the food. The wife who kept house was always close to storage. The wife who managed sickness was always close to medicine. Her ordinary place in the life of the home became, under accusation, the basis for extraordinary suspicion. It is equally important to consider the rhythms of care within the household. If William was ill or vulnerable in the period before his death, Mary's role as attendant would have expanded. A wife in such circumstances was expected to feed, monitor, and respond. She would bring meals, note symptoms, perhaps offer domestic remedies, and make judgments before professional assistance arrived. This was not optional kindness but structured responsibility. In the historical record, such actions often become difficult to interpret because they sit so near both care and possible harm. The same hand that nourishes may later be said to have poisoned. The same wife who nurses may later be accused of destroying under the guise of nursing. Poisoning cases depend upon this collapse of the visible distinction between service and danger. That is why they were so unsettling to Victorian sensibilities and so narratively powerful in court. Within the Lefley home, then, ordinary routine and potential suspicion were always closer than later summaries imply. A dish prepared in the usual way could become the center of an accusation only after death gave it retrospective significance. Before that moment, it was likely one meal among many, part of the rhythm of the household table. The danger of hindsight is that it isolates the fatal meal from all the others and treats it as if it had always glowed with criminal intent. Historical reality is more unsettling. If murder occurred, it was concealed precisely because it was embedded in routine. If murder did not occur, routine itself supplied the false shape into which tragedy was forced. In either case, the household's ordinary repetitions mattered more than any dramatic deviation. One must also think about money. Victorian courts and newspapers were quick to imagine financial motive, and not without reason. Domestic life was inseparable from material survival. Small sums could matter greatly. Insurance, wages, debts, the ownership of household goods, and the cost of illness or burial all pressed heavily upon families of modest means. A marriage under financial strain might produce arguments, despair, or the thought, whether fleeting or sustained, that death would alter circumstances. Such possibilities cannot be ignored. Yet once again, historical caution is required. Because money mattered to almost everyone, its mere presence in the background of a case does not explain a crime. Nearly every rural household lived under some degree of economic pressure. To invoke financial motive too loosely is to mistake general condition for specific cause. Still, the financial texture of the Lefley marriage remains relevant because it would have shaped daily feeling. A household already bearing illness or emotional instability could find money pressure intolerable. The question is not only whether there was some tangible gain to be had from William's death, but how economic uncertainty may have entered the marriage's atmosphere. Worry about provisions, expenses, debts, or future security could sharpen conflict and deepen hopelessness. It could also influence how neighbors interpreted the marriage later. A couple known to be struggling might appear, in retrospect, destined for tragedy. That sense of inevitability is often an illusion created after the fact, but it exerts strong power over testimony. The emotional life of the Lefley household can only be recovered imperfectly. This limitation is not incidental, it is central. Historical records are much better at preserving judgment than intimacy. We are more likely to hear what neighbors thought, what lawyers alleged, and what newspapers dramatized than what Mary or William themselves felt in their unguarded moments. The silent spaces of marriage, fatigue, disappointment, tenderness, routine, resentment, pity, fear, numbness, rarely survive intact. What remains are the fragments other people noticed, and even those are refracted through the event that ended the marriage altogether. This means that any honest account of the Lefley household must remain provisional. It must accept that the people most deeply involved are also those least fully recoverable. Nevertheless, some truths of structure can be stated. The household was a site of unequal expectation. Mary's role would have required service, endurance, and continuous domestic competence. William's role would have carried authority but also the strain of masculine performance under whatever pressures he faced. If he was unwell in body or mind, the marriage was likely shaped by that instability. If neighbors later recalled tension or difficulty, those recollections suggest a home already under pressure before the fatal meal appeared. Whether that pressure pointed toward criminal intent, accidental tragedy, or a more complex domestic crisis remains precisely the question the case does not resolve cleanly. It is also worth pausing over the idea of ordinary appearances. Many true crime narratives, whether Victorian or modern, derive dramatic force from the claim that a household seemed normal until it suddenly proved otherwise. Yet rural households often did not seem fully normal even to those around them. They seemed strained, tired, difficult, peculiar, or burdened. What changed after a suspicious death was not necessarily the facts of domestic unease, but the meaning attached to them. An unhappy home became a murderous one in retrospect. A weary wife became a potential poisoner. A troubled husband became either a victim of calculated betrayal or, in some later readings, a man whose own state had not been sufficiently weighed. The facts of the household may have remained the same. The story told about them altered decisively. Mary herself occupies a peculiarly unstable position in this transformation. Before the accusation, she would have been seen primarily through her social role: wife, housekeeper, rural woman, participant in ordinary village life. After the accusation, every aspect of that role was inverted. Her management of food became opportunity. Her presence during illness became access. Her knowledge of the house became knowledge of poison. Even her familiarity with her husband's habits and weaknesses could be reframed as the precondition of deliberate killing. This inversion is one of the essential historical patterns of poisoning cases involving women. The accused does not leave the domestic role behind. She is trapped inside it, judged through the very duties that once defined her respectability. That trap becomes still tighter when one considers effect. How did Mary appear in the aftermath? Was she calm, shocked, agitated, tearful, constrained, confused? Victorian observers, and many later ones, placed enormous weight on the conduct of accused women after a death. Yet behavior under crisis is notoriously unreliable as evidence of guilt. Some people collapse. Others become fixed and practical. Some speak too much. Others too little. A wife who has spent years managing difficulty may respond with numb efficiency rather than outward grief. A woman aware that she is under suspicion may become unnatural from fear alone. Still, courts and communities often read such behavior with severe confidence. The demeanor of the accused filled gaps the evidence could not always close. If the Lefley household had already been shaped by strain, Mary's post-death conduct might have been especially vulnerable to misreading. A tired or emotionally blunted wife could seem cold. A woman accustomed to managing crisis could seem controlled. A frightened woman could seem evasive. The problem is not that such behavior proves the opposite of guilt. It is that it proves very little on its own. Yet in poisoning cases where the act is hidden, demeanor often acquires disproportionate force. The household therefore extends beyond the meal and the marriage into the performance of aftermath. The accused continues to be judged domestically even once the law takes hold. And it can be said that the criminal case depended from the first upon transforming domestic life into prosecutorial narrative. That transformation is the hinge upon which the entire story turns. The Lefley household did not enter history as a whole reality. It entered as evidence. Its rooms, meals, routines, moods, and conversations were made to answer a question the law demanded. Had Mary Lefley murdered her husband? But households do not naturally arrange themselves around legal questions. They are messy, repetitive, contradictory, and full of actions whose meaning shifts according to circumstance. When the law entered the Lefley home, it imposed a pattern upon that mess. Some details became central, others disappeared. Some behaviors became ominous, others irrelevant. What had been life was converted into sequence. That sequence would then be repeated in court and in print until it began to feel more real than the life it had replaced. The historian's task is to look back through that sequence and try, however imperfectly, to recover the house before it hardened into case law and rumor. Not because recovery will dissolve the accusation, but because without it the accusation becomes too easy. Mary Lefley becomes only the poisoner, William only the victim, and the home only the scene. The richer and sadder possibility is that the Lefley household was what many rural Victorian households were. Burdened, unequal, hardworking, emotionally complex, possibly unhappy, and vulnerable to being radically misunderstood once death gave others the power to tell its story. Chapter 5. The Rice Pudding. In both scenarios, the dish's domestic familiarity does the cultural work. It depended on severity, timing, prior suspicion, medical opinion, and the behavior of those present. The aftermath of a poisoned meal often generated as much interpretive pressure as the meal itself. If Mary Lefley attended William during his illness, as would be expected of a wife in such circumstances, then her behavior in those first moments almost certainly became part of the prosecution's later picture. This was typical in domestic poisoning cases. Because there were rarely direct witnesses to the act of administration, the prosecution often relied upon the accused person's conduct before, during, and after the onset of symptoms. A wife who had prepared the food and then nursed the man who became ill from it was, in one sense, simply fulfilling her domestic role. At the moment of serving, the dish was a household object. After William's decline, it became potential evidence. Questions would arise about who else had eaten from it, whether portions remained, whether any unusual taste or appearance had been noticed, whether utensils or vessels were preserved, and whether the dish had been made in a way that allowed for selective contamination. Such questions are crucial in poisoning cases because food can be shared or individual, prepared in common or altered in part, eaten all at once or left unfinished. The physical structure of the meal affects the logic of accusation. If William alone consumed the fatal portion, that fact might later be taken to support deliberate targeting. Yet even this must be treated carefully. In a household meal, different portions might be served unequally for all sorts of mundane reasons. One person may eat more, another less. One may favor a dish, another not touch it. A serving may be set aside, a bowl filled differently, leftovers handled in ordinary ways impossible to reconstruct with certainty later. Criminal argument tends to impose intention upon these patterns. Historical reconstruction must first acknowledge their practical fluidity. Trust itself was part of the medium through which poisoning, if poisoning occurred, was possible. This is why the rice pudding was so potent in the Victorian imagination. It dramatized not simply ingestion but the betrayal of expectation. A plain domestic dessert or meal, associated with maternal or wifely care, became the vehicle of suffering. The symbolism is so perfect that one must guard against allowing it to govern the factual inquiry. A historically responsible account must ask not only what the pudding came to mean, but what its preparation and serving tell us about the household's material conditions. Was it made in a kitchen or domestic space where other substances were kept? Were dangerous materials stored in proximity to food supplies? Was there a possibility, however remote, of contamination through carelessness, confusion, or poor storage? Or was the introduction of arsenic, if arsenic indeed entered the pudding, more consistent with an intentional act? These are the questions the historical record should raise, even when it cannot answer them decisively. Neighbors may be drawn in. The private life of the family begins in crisis, to move outward toward the community. This transitional moment is vital because it marks the point at which the household ceases to be fully private and enters the social field of observation. Once others witness distress, later testimony becomes possible. Once neighbors see the sufferer, hear remarks, or note the wife's conduct, the making of the case has effectively begun, even if no one yet imagines a trial. In many poisoning cases, there is a fleeting period in which the event could still be interpreted in more than one way. The victim is alive but gravely ill. Those around him do not yet know whether he is dying from a natural cause, accidental ingestion, or deliberate harm. Their actions during this window are often imperfect, driven by urgency rather than by legal foresight. It is precisely because of this that later reconstructions can be so misleading. Behavior that appears suspicious in the calm of a courtroom may have been merely confused in the chaos of the moment. A delay may reflect uncertainty, not design. A missing detail may reflect panic, not deceit. The historian must preserve the instability of that interval rather than treating it as a stage-managed prelude to discovery. At some point, however, William Lefley's condition crossed from severe illness into death. It was this finality that altered the meaning of everything preceding it. A man who suffers and recovers leaves anxiety behind him. A man who suffers and dies compels explanation. Once death occurred, the rice pudding ceased to be only the last meal and became the likely locus of inquiry. The body, too, became an object of scrutiny. The movement from suspicion to formal inquiry was one of the defining features of Victorian criminal procedure in poisoning cases. The meal, the symptoms, the vessels, the statements of those present, and the known presence or possible availability of poisons in the household all became potentially relevant. The inquest or preliminary investigation would try to stabilize what had occurred. Yet from the start it would be working with recollections already altered by death. The rice pudding was remembered now not as ordinary food but as fatal food. Its preparation became retrospectively significant. Who stirred it, who served it, who watched William eat, who else partook, whether any was left, whether any comment was made about taste or effect. All these details, however small, were pressed into service. This pressure often generates a false sense of completeness. Because so many questions are asked, later readers may imagine that the event is thereby fully known. In fact, the opposite is often true. The more minute the inquiry, the more one becomes aware of all that is irrecoverable. No one can re-enter the kitchen exactly as it was. No one can know every movement of hand and spoon, every prior use of a vessel, every substance kept nearby, every fleeting expression on the faces at the table. The legal system compensates for these gaps by building narrative. It selects the most coherent explanation and arranges facts around it. That arrangement is necessary for verdict, but it should never be mistaken for total recovery of reality. In the case of the rice pudding, the narrative attraction was overwhelming. Here was a dish so humble, so domestic, so recognizably associated with the wife's sphere, that it seemed almost to narrate the offense by itself. The prosecution scarcely needed a melodramatic flourish. The object already supplied one. A husband dead after eating his wife's pudding was not just a suspicious occurrence. It was the very image of domestic poisoning. That image would have resonated powerfully with Victorian jurors and readers, who had long been primed to see hidden danger in meals prepared within the home. The symbolic perfection of the case may in fact have strengthened the evidentiary force attributed to it. Yet this very perfection is a warning sign for the historian. Cases that fit cultural expectations too neatly demand extra care. The rice pudding sits at the crossroads of fact and symbol. It may indeed have been the means by which poison was administered. But it was also the element most likely to crystallize suspicion because it carried such strong narrative meaning. One must therefore ask continuously whether the dish is being treated as evidence, as symbol, or as both. The answer is almost certainly both, and that doubleness is key to understanding how the case against Mary Lefley acquired its power. The first reactions outside the house would also have mattered. Did neighbors immediately whisper of poison, or did that idea emerge only after medical examination? Was there already something about the marriage, the husband's condition, or the wife's reputation that made such suspicion easy to entertain? Or did suspicion arise chiefly from the severity of symptoms and the eventual chemical findings? These questions help determine whether the rice pudding acted first as a practical clue or as a social trigger. In many rural cases, the community's readiness to interpret an event as criminal depended less on the event alone than on pre-existing assumptions about the household. A death after a meal could remain tragic misfortune in one family and become whispered scandal in another. one must not overlook the possibility that the rice pudding's centrality may have eclipsed other relevant circumstances. When a case acquires a memorable object, everything else risks shrinking around it. The husband's prior health, mental state, earlier complaints, access to other substances, household disorder, economic strain, and the ambiguities of symptom interpretation can all be pushed to the edges of the story. The dish becomes destiny. But real deaths are rarely so simple. If William Lefley was already vulnerable, physically or emotionally, the fatal meal must be read within that wider context. Not because context cancels poison, but because without it the event becomes more coherent than life itself usually permits. Thus the rice pudding marks both a climax and a distortion. It is the point at which domestic routine and fatal consequence seem to meet visibly. It gives the case its most unforgettable image. At the same time, it risks flattening the complexity of everything around it. That is why this chapter has lingered over sequence, reaction, and interpretation. The fatal dish was not just an object on a table. It was the hinge by which an ordinary day turned into a criminal case, by which a wife became a suspect, and by which a rural household entered the historical record under the sign of poison. After the meal came illness. After illness came death. After death came meaning. Chapter 6. The inquest and the discovery of arsenic. The death of a man within his own home could remain, in Victorian England, a private sorrow only for so long. Where the manner of death seemed uncertain, sudden, or disturbing, grief quickly became subject to procedure. What had belonged first to the household, to the wife, the room, the bed, the basin, the final efforts at relief, was drawn outward into the authority of the community and the state. In suspicious cases, this movement could be swift. The body no longer belonged solely to mourning. It belonged to inquiry. Questions had to be asked, statements taken, the circumstances fixed before memory shifted too far or rumor outran fact altogether. Thus the death of William Lefley, once it ceased to appear ordinary, entered the machinery by which Victorian society sought to make violent or unexplained deaths legible. The first formal stage in that machinery was not the grand criminal trial, but the humbler and often more revealing process of local examination. The doctor's attendance, the coroner's concern, the collection of statements, and eventually the inquest. It is here, more than in the later courtroom drama, that the earliest official meaning of the case began to take shape. By the time a jury at assizes heard the evidence, much had already hardened. Suspicion had been named. Medical opinion had been formed. The household had been translated into evidentiary points. The dead man's symptoms had been placed into a diagnostic frame. The wife had begun to move, however subtly at first, from mourner to possible accused. To understand the significance of this stage, one must recognize what an inquest was in the Victorian world. It was not merely a procedural necessity. It was a public act of interpretation. The coroner's inquest stood at the intersection of law, medicine, and local knowledge. It gathered witnesses who had seen, heard, suspected, or attended. It called upon medical men to explain the body. It allowed the community to hear the first semi-official narrative of the death. In many cases, it was here that rumor received confirmation or challenge. In others, it was here that uncertainty narrowed into a more definite suspicion. The inquest was therefore both investigative and theatrical. It did not simply uncover facts. It arranged them into an intelligible sequence before an audience already primed to care. When William Lefley died after the violent illness that followed the rice pudding, the very nature of his suffering would have invited close scrutiny. Sudden gastric distress, collapse, and death within a domestic setting could not easily be left unexplained, especially if there was any early suggestion that what he had eaten might be implicated. At first, those nearest to him may have spoken the language of illness rather than crime. But once death intervened, and especially once the possibility of poison emerged, the household passed out of the realm of private misfortune and into the realm of public concern. The transition may have felt abrupt to Mary Lefley, but it followed a logic Victorian authorities understood well. Certain kinds of death demanded that the home be opened. Did they resemble choleric illness, gastric inflammation, or the known effects of arsenic? Did the course of his suffering appear compatible with accidental disease, or did it suggest the intervention of some irritant poison? Such judgments, even when tentative, could alter the direction of the case at once. Postmortem examination in the 19th century occupied an uneasy place in public culture. It represented modern inquiry, but it also offended sensibility. The dead were to be respected. The body was associated with dignity, memory, and Christian burial. Yet the suspicious death required disturbance. The corpse had to be opened, the organs inspected, the stomach contents considered, and samples preserved. This medical intrusion into the body mirrored the legal intrusion into the home. Both were justified by the same claim: that truth, if it existed, had to be extracted from hidden places. The kitchen and the corpse were both opened in the search for cause. The discovery of arsenic in connection with William Lefley's death was the moment upon which the entire case turned. Before that discovery, there may have been fear, gossip, suspicion, or unease. After it, there was a substance, a name, a known poison fixed to the case. This gave official inquiry a powerful anchor. Arsenic was not merely any poison. It was the poison most feared, most recognized, and most narratively potent in the Victorian imagination. To find it in a dead man associated with a suspicious meal was to bring together chemistry and cultural dread in the most forceful way. The case no longer rested on symptoms alone. It now possessed the material fact that poisoning prosecutions required. The inquest, or the investigative stage around it, would have had to move at once into more difficult questions. How had the arsenic entered the body? Was it necessarily through the rice pudding, or only presumed to be so because the timing pointed in that direction? Was there arsenic found in the remaining food, in dishes, in containers, or elsewhere in the house? Did the quantity discovered indicate a single administration or leave room for more complicated interpretation? Could the arsenic have been taken by accident, through confusion, or under some other circumstance outside the prosecution's eventual account? These questions are not modern embellishments. They lie at the heart of any honest poisoning inquiry. The chemical fact is only the beginning. Human meaning must still be built around it. This is where the inquest became such a powerful narrative instrument. The coroner did not simply announce chemical results and withdraw. Witnesses were called to establish sequence. They described the meal, the onset of illness, the conduct of those present, the state of the deceased, and any relevant household circumstances. Neighbors, relatives, servants, local tradesmen, and medical men might all appear, each contributing a fragment. In theory, these fragments were to help reconstruct the truth. In practice, they also helped generate the first coherent public story of the case. Because the inquest occurred so soon after death, its narrative often retained some of the confusion of lived events. But it also captured the earliest stage at which confusion began to be disciplined into accusation. One must imagine the emotional texture of such proceedings. The dead man's last illness was discussed before others. The household's private arrangements were opened to scrutiny. The wife's actions were recounted, perhaps under her gaze, perhaps in her absence, depending on the procedural stage. Mary Lefley's position during this stage was likely precarious in the extreme. She had not yet been tried, but if suspicion had attached to her, the inquest effectively placed her under a shadow before any full criminal defense could be mounted. This was one of the dangers of the coroner's process in 19th century England. Although designed to investigate rather than convict, it could strongly influence public opinion and later prosecution. A woman under suspicion might find herself hearing her domestic life publicly anatomized long before formal trial safeguards were fully engaged. Her role in preparing food, attending the deceased, or possessing household knowledge could be recast almost immediately in sinister terms. The inquest did not need to pronounce guilt in order to narrow the social imagination around her. Once arsenic had been identified, every witness statement was likely read through that discovery. This is how poison cases acquire their peculiar coherence. The meal becomes obviously significant. The wife's proximity becomes obviously suspicious. Prior tensions become obviously relevant. Yet this obviousness is manufactured after the central fact of poison is known. Before that moment, the same details may have seemed disordered, trivial, or uncertain. The inquest thus marks the moment when chronology begins to harden. It tells those involved and those listening what kind of story they are in. Rural communities did not wait passively for official verdicts. If the inquest or preliminary examination suggested arsenic, then local talk would almost certainly accelerate. The case would move quickly from tragedy to scandal. neighbors would revisit earlier impressions of the marriage. This interplay between official inquiry and communal rumor is central to the making of domestic crime. The inquest needed witnesses and the community supplied them. The community in turn needed narrative and the inquest supplied it. Each reinforced the other. By the time the case moved forward toward fuller prosecution, the idea that William Lefley had been poisoned, and that the poisoning was connected to Mary, may already have felt settled to many observers. This settlement was not the same as proof, but it was socially real and socially powerful. It is also necessary to consider the persuasive force of arsenic at this stage. In a different kind of suspicious death, uncertainty might linger longer. But arsenic had an almost moral clarity in Victorian culture. It was a known killer. It was associated with deliberate domestic poisoning. It was detectable and therefore courtroom-ready. Once attached to a case, it simplified public understanding even where legal complexities remained. The inquest's discovery of arsenic thus did more than add evidence. It placed the death inside an existing cultural category. William Lefley was no longer merely a man who died after a meal. He was a presumed victim of poisoning. Mary Lefley was no longer merely his wife. She was the person nearest the classic role of poisoner. Still, a historian must pause where the inquest often rushed forward. The identification of arsenic, however significant, did not answer all the questions it appeared to answer. The presence of poison in a body does not by itself name the hand that administered it. Nor does it fully determine timing, intention, or route of entry without further support. Even the finding of arsenic in food where such a finding existed, required interpretation. How did it get there? Was the preparation of the dish controlled by one person alone? Were dangerous substances stored nearby? Was there any plausible room, however slight, for error, contamination, or other explanation? These matters might have been explored, but the emotional and narrative force of the case risked overwhelming them. The coroner's jury, depending on what evidence it heard, may have been called upon to decide whether death resulted from willful murder by some person or persons unknown, or more directly to name a suspect if the evidence seemed strong enough. Such verdicts carried immense practical consequences. They could commit the case to criminal prosecution and signal to the broader public that suspicion had matured into a formal accusation. Yet the threshold for such movement was not the same as the threshold for final certainty. Victorian legal culture tolerated a degree of preliminary severity in poisoning cases because of the seriousness and secrecy of the crime alleged. Better, perhaps from the authorities' perspective, to over-investigate than to let a hidden murderer escape. For Mary Lefley, this meant that the inquest stage was likely the beginning of social isolation as much as legal peril. Once public procedure begins to treat a wife as the likely source of her husband's death, her former identity becomes difficult to sustain. She is looked at differently, spoken of differently, remembered differently. Even those who are uncertain may recoil. The ordinary assumptions of neighborly life fall away. Her kitchen, once a place of work, has become a place of suspected treachery. Her care for the deceased is now entangled with the possibility that she caused the very suffering she appeared to relieve. There are few accusations more devastating to domestic identity than this one. What began with a meal had now become a matter for state judgment. The rice pudding, the illness, the death, the opened body, the identified poison, the gathered witnesses, the murmuring village, the coroner's proceedings, all these elements had converged. The case against Mary Lefley had not yet been fully made, but its outline was now unmistakable. The authorities had cause. The community had a story. The prosecution had a substance. From this point onward, the question was no longer whether William Lefley had died under suspicious circumstances. It was whether those circumstances could be organized into a charge of murder that the law would sustain. Chapter 7. Making a murderess. By the time a suspicious death reaches the stage of formal charge, something important has already happened that the legal record does not always acknowledge plainly. The accused has begun to change in the public imagination before she has fully changed in law. She is no longer merely the person nearest the event. She is the person through whom the event is increasingly explained. In poisoning cases, this transformation can occur with particular speed, because the hidden nature of the alleged crime creates an urgent demand for interpretation. Once arsenic has been found, once the fatal meal has been identified, once the household has yielded its first troubling details, the authorities and the public alike begin searching for a figure capable of carrying the meaning of the crime. In the Lefley case, that figure was Mary. To say that Mary Lefley was made into a murderess is not to claim in advance that she was innocent. It is to describe the process by which a woman becomes intelligible to the legal system as a poisoner. That process is never simply the discovery of a fact. It is the assembling of a story, motive inferred from domestic strain, opportunity drawn from household routine, character shaped by witness testimony, and suspicion stabilized by the presence of poison. The making of the case against Mary depended upon all of these things. Arsenic gave the prosecution material gravity, but gravity alone does not identify a culprit. The body could tell the authorities that William Lefley had likely died of poison. It could not, unaided, tell them who had placed it in the food, or even with absolute certainty how it had entered his body. That work had to be done by narrative. The first component of that narrative was opportunity. Opportunity in domestic poisoning cases often appears at first glance almost embarrassingly simple. Who prepared the meal? Who served it? Who was with the victim before the onset of symptoms? Who had access to household stores, kitchen implements, and any poisonous substances kept on the premises? In the abstract, these seem straightforward questions. In practice, they are dangerous precisely because the domestic sphere organizes them in highly gendered ways. A wife is ordinarily the person with the most access to food preparation because that is what wives were expected to manage. Her domestic proximity, which would be unremarkable in any other context, becomes the foundation of suspicion once poison is alleged. Mary Lefley's position within the household almost certainly made her vulnerable in this exact way. If she prepared the rice pudding, handled the ingredients, served William, or attended him during his illness, then her ordinary domestic labor effectively placed her at the center of the evidentiary map. The prosecution did not need to prove she had entered some forbidden space or acquired some specialized criminal access. It needed only to point to what she already did as a wife. This is one of the most unsettling features of historical poisoning cases involving women. The line between expected domestic service and possible criminal opportunity is perilously thin. The home that grants a woman her role also traps her inside the logic of accusation. Still, opportunity alone could not sustain a capital case. The authorities needed to believe and ultimately persuade others that Mary had not merely been present but had reason to kill. Motive is often treated in crime writing as the key that unlocks everything. In reality, it is frequently the most interpretive and least stable part of the case. People kill when they do for reasons that are often diffuse, mixed, or incompletely knowable even to themselves. Yet the law prefers motives that are narratively clean. In domestic poisoning cases, the preferred motives were especially familiar. Money, impatience, resentment, marital unhappiness, adulterous desire, weariness of care, or cold-blooded calculation. Such motives were not invented out of whole cloth. They could exist and sometimes did. But the historical problem lies in how readily they could be attached to women whose domestic lives were already under stress. If the Lefley marriage had been unhappy, that unhappiness would have become fertile ground for prosecutorial imagination. A strained home could be made to yield motive almost automatically. A difficult husband suggested resentment. A burdensome marriage suggested impatience. Illness or instability in the husband suggested exhaustion in the wife. Money trouble suggested practical temptation. Where direct evidence of motive was weak, general domestic pressure could be made to stand in its place. The prosecution did not always need to show a dramatic inciting cause. It needed only to imply that the marriage itself had become intolerable enough for murder to appear conceivable. This approach had obvious advantages. It aligned with Victorian assumptions about female domesticity while simultaneously exploiting their reversal. The wife, expected to care, could be represented as secretly hating the burden of care. The woman expected to preserve the home could be recast as eager to escape it. The domestic sphere itself thus supplied both opportunity and motive. Under such reasoning, Mary's role as wife was enough to make her legible as the likely poisoner even before more specific proof was advanced. But motive, like opportunity, is shaped by hindsight. Many marriages contain strain. Many households carry illness, debt, fatigue, or bitterness. Most do not end in murder. The historian must therefore ask not only what motive was alleged, but how that motive was constructed from the available evidence. Did Mary make remarks later repeated as incriminating? Was there any sign of material advantage to be gained from William's death? Did witnesses interpret her conduct as resentful, cold, or overly practical? Or was the motive more atmospheric than concrete, inferred from the general discomfort of the household rather than from any clear statement or act? The answers matter because a prosecution built on atmosphere can be highly persuasive while remaining evidentially fragile. Once opportunity and motive had been sketched, the prosecution would need a third element: conduct. In poisoning cases where direct evidence is often scarce, the behavior of the accused becomes disproportionately important. What did Mary say before the death? What did she say after? Did she call for help quickly enough? Did she behave with proper alarm? Were there contradictions in her account of preparing the pudding or handling household substances? Did she seem emotionally affected or insufficiently so? Did she answer questions plainly or did she hesitate? Conduct of this kind can easily be made to bear enormous interpretive weight, especially where the alleged act itself was hidden from view. The difficulty, of course, is that human behavior under crisis is not reliable in any simple sense. Fear, shock, prior exhaustion, confusion, and the dawning awareness of suspicion can all distort speech and demeanor. A woman whose husband dies violently after a meal she has prepared might appear numb, frantic, muddled, practical, incoherent, defensive, or strangely composed, and none of these states would prove guilt. Yet courts and communities have long treated the conduct of accused women as morally transparent. Mary Lefley, once under scrutiny, would have been judged within exactly these constraints. If she was self-possessed, that might appear chilling. If she was agitated, she might appear evasive or theatrical. If she offered practical explanations, they might be treated as rehearsed. If she faltered, she might seem dishonest. The very position of the accused wife in a poisoning case almost guaranteed that her behavior would be interpreted unfavorably unless she could conform perfectly to expectations that were themselves contradictory. This is one of the ways women were made into murderesses in Victorian law, not only through material evidence, but through impossible standards of emotional legibility. Witness testimony would have strengthened or weakened this process. Neighbors, acquaintances, relatives, tradesmen, and medical men all become crucial in such cases because they populate the moral world around the accused. Their evidence does more than establish facts. It establishes texture. Through them, Mary could be made to appear dutiful, sour, overburdened, sharp-tongued, hard, ordinary, or suspicious. William could be cast as kind, difficult, troubled, pitiable, or unsuspecting. The marriage could be described as steady, unhappy, quarrelsome, or opaque. Every such description mattered because it filled the evidentiary gaps the poison itself could not fill. Arsenic could not explain the household. Witnesses did that work. A remembered complaint may acquire sharper edges in retrospect. A practical comment by Mary may be retold as heartless. A difficult episode involving William may be turned either into proof of her burden or ignored as irrelevant, depending on the needs of the case. Witnesses are not necessarily lying when this happens. They are narrating under the pressure of outcome. The prosecution's task was therefore not simply to collect evidence, but to stabilize it into a single coherent story. William ate the pudding. Arsenic was found. Mary prepared or served the meal. Mary had access to the poison. The marriage was strained, or she had some reason to wish herself rid of him. Her conduct before or after the death suggested guilt. Each of these points reinforced the others. None alone may have been enough. Together, they created a recognizable Victorian narrative of domestic poisoning. This is how capital cases often work. They are not built from one perfect fact, but from a web of mutually supporting inferences dense enough to feel like certainty. And once that web is in place, alternatives begin to disappear. There is also the question of class and credibility. In Victorian courts, not all speech carried equal weight. Medical men spoke with professional authority. Men generally spoke from a position of greater presumptive rationality than women. Rural wives under accusation did not always have the social resources to narrate themselves effectively against hostile interpretation. Even where they protested innocence, their words could be judged through assumptions about cunning, ignorance, emotional instability, or female deceit. It is worth pausing to notice how fragile such transformation can be. Had William recovered, the rice pudding would have vanished back into ordinary life. Had arsenic not been detected, the household might have remained a place of gossip rather than prosecution. Had the marriage been remembered differently, had Mary behaved in some other legible way, had some piece of material evidence cut against the main line of accusation, the story might have developed otherwise. Capital prosecutions often present themselves as the inevitable consequence of fact. History teaches something harsher and more complicated. They are built from facts but also from timing, interpretation, character, and the cultural readiness to believe one kind of story over another. The domestic life that had once been her sphere of work and obligation was now the archive from which the prosecution would draw its strongest points against her. Her marriage, her kitchen, her care, her words, and her conduct had all been made available to the state. Chapter 8. Trial. By the time Mary Lefley entered the courtroom, much of the work of accusation had already been done. The body had yielded arsenic. The rice pudding had become the fatal meal. The Victorian murder trial was a setting in which fact and performance met openly. It was governed by rules, but it also depended upon voice, authority, moral framing, and the emotional management of an audience that included not only the jury and judge, but often the public and the press. In a poisoning case, this theatrical dimension was especially marked. The alleged act had not been seen. There was no open blow, no public struggle, no obvious moment of visible violence to recount in straightforward terms. Instead, the prosecution had to make an invisible act appear not only possible but certain. That movement, from domestic image to capital certainty, was the central drama of the trial. Mary Lefley would have appeared before the court already burdened by the symbolic weight of the accusation. A wife accused of poisoning her husband through food did not enter as a blank defendant. She entered as a figure already legible to Victorian anxiety. The prosecution did not need to explain why such a charge was horrifying. The culture had already done that work. It needed instead to show that the horror had occurred here in this house through this meal at the hands of this woman. The structure of the case would therefore have been designed to make the jury feel that each piece of evidence pointed naturally and inevitably toward Mary, until no other explanation seemed reasonable enough to sustain. The implication was devastatingly simple. The prosecution's power lay not in Baroque complexity, but in the apparent clarity of sequence. Meal, symptoms, poison, wife. The trial then became the process of filling that sequence with enough detail to convert suspicion into verdict. The prosecution's evidence would almost certainly have proceeded along several reinforcing lines. The first was medical. In a poisoning trial, medical testimony did not merely support the case. It often anchored it. Doctors, surgeons, and analysts were called not simply to describe what they saw, but to confer scientific authority upon the prosecution's narrative. They would speak to William's symptoms, the course of his illness, the post-mortem findings, and the tests through which arsenic had been identified. Their evidence had a dual effect. It explained the body in professional language, and it reassured the jury that this was not a case built on gossip alone. The dead man's suffering, however private it had once been, was translated into toxicological fact. Yet scientific evidence in court is never purely scientific. It is spoken by individuals, received by laypeople, and fitted into the logic of adversarial persuasion. The medical witness does not merely state a result. He interprets its significance. Was the quantity of arsenic found sufficient to cause death? Did the symptoms correspond with arsenical poisoning rather than natural disease? Did the findings suggest administration in food? Could the poison have entered in some other manner? The confidence with which such questions were answered mattered enormously. A firm witness could make ambiguity disappear by force of authority alone. A cautious witness, by contrast, might leave room for doubt. Much in a Victorian poisoning trial depended on how confidently science could be made to speak. The second line of evidence was domestic and circumstantial. Here the prosecution would draw the court's attention back into the Lefley household. Who prepared the pudding? Who served it? Who was present when William ate? Who else, if anyone, consumed the dish? Was there arsenic in the remaining food, or in related vessels or materials? What poisonous substances were kept on the premises and who knew of them? These questions mattered because the prosecution needed to show not only that arsenic killed William, but that Mary had the opportunity to place it where it would do so. In a household case, the domestic arrangement itself becomes the map of the crime. This kind of evidence can be extraordinarily persuasive because it borrows its force from ordinary life. A jury does not need to imagine some exotic scheme. It need only accept that the wife in the kitchen had access to the meal. The danger, however, lies in the ease with which domestic routine is transformed into criminal opportunity. What Mary did because she was a wife could be made to sound like what she did because she was a poisoner. The prosecution's case would have depended heavily on this slippage. Her nearness to food preparation and household stores, which was perfectly normal before William's death, became sinister only because death had changed the meaning of that nearness. The third line of evidence concerned motive and marital feeling. No murder prosecution can rest comfortably on chemistry and opportunity alone unless it is willing to leave the accused as an implausibly motiveless automaton. Victorian juries wanted to understand why. The prosecution therefore needed to provide some account, whether explicit or atmospheric, of why Mary might have wished her husband dead. If the marriage had been strained, if William had been difficult, if there were financial worries, if Mary had spoken in a way later interpreted as resentful or indifferent, all of this could be marshaled to suggest a household in which murderous intent might have grown. The motive need not be grand. In domestic cases, small motives often seemed most believable. Impatience, burden, unhappiness, desire for release. And yet motive at trial often has a strangely elastic quality. Where evidence is strong, it is treated as confirmation. Where evidence is weak, it is treated as explanation. A merely unhappy marriage can, under prosecutorial pressure, begin to look like a murderous one. A wife's fatigue can become hostility. Her practical remarks can become coldness. Her inability to perform idealized grief can become evidence of inward hardness. The prosecution's achievement lies in turning these interpretive leaps into something that sounds like common sense. Once done successfully, the jury begins to feel not that motive has been proved, but that the absence of motive would be harder to understand than its presence. Witness testimony would have supplied the emotional body of this argument. Neighbors, acquaintances, and others connected to the household might be called to describe the relations between husband and wife, the events of the fatal day, Mary's manner before and after William's illness, and any statements thought relevant. This was not merely supplemental color. In a poisoning case where direct evidence was often lacking, witness impressions could become crucial. They made the accused visible to the jury as a moral subject. Was Mary dutiful or harsh? Distressed or composed? Loving or impatient? Open or evasive? These are not legal categories, but they often do as much work in a murder trial as the more formal evidentiary points. At this stage, the accused woman faced a nearly impossible demand. She had to appear innocent in a manner acceptable to the social expectations of the court. Too much composure might seem chilling. Too much emotion might seem performed. A contradiction might be deceit. A silence might be concealment. A practical explanation might sound rehearsed. The Victorian courtroom was especially unforgiving toward women who failed to embody the right emotional script. If Mary Lefley did not strike those present as grieving properly, or if her bearing could be framed as self-contained beyond what seemed fitting, that impression may have harmed her deeply even if it proved nothing of substance. The female poisoning defendant was judged not only on evidence, but on whether she looked like the sort of woman who could or could not have committed such a crime. The defense, in turn, faced the difficult task of reopening uncertainty after the prosecution had arranged the case into coherence. This is one of the great structural problems of poisoning trials. Once the prosecution presents its sequence, fatal meal, arsenic, opportunity, motive, suspicious conduct, the defense must do more than deny. It must loosen the apparent inevitability of that story. It may do so by challenging the medical evidence, by questioning the certainty of toxicological conclusions, by suggesting alternative pathways for the poison, by emphasizing the absence of direct proof, by recalling the deceased's prior condition, or by arguing that mere opportunity is not the same as guilt. But these strategies are often defensive in the fullest sense. They do not present a rival narrative so much as try to stop the dominant one from closing. If Mary Lefley's defense touched upon William's mental or physical state, that would have introduced a potentially destabilizing element into the trial. A husband already troubled complicates the prosecution's picture of straightforward domestic betrayal. It raises the possibility that his condition mattered more than the Crown wished to admit. It may suggest that not every path toward death runs through his wife's intention. Yet such lines of defense were risky. They could be seen as attacks on the dead, as evasions, or as speculative attempts to distract from the poison itself. Victorian juries, confronted with arsenic and a suspicious meal, may have found it easier to accept the concrete image before them than more diffuse suggestions about the deceased's inner state or alternate possibilities. The defense may also have pressed on the distinction between access and administration. Many households kept dangerous substances for lawful reasons. In rural life, arsenic was not some impossible rarity. If it existed in the home or on the property, that fact did not itself establish that Mary had chosen to use it criminally. The defense could argue that proximity to household substances and food preparation was simply part of her role. It might seek to emphasize the lack of eyewitness proof, the possibility of contamination, or the incompleteness of reconstruction around the pudding itself. But such arguments, while rational, faced the emotional disadvantage of complexity. The prosecution offered a strong image. The defense offered uncertainty. In capital trials, especially those saturated with symbolic meaning, uncertainty could feel disappointingly weak beside a vivid and morally satisfying explanation. The judge's role was therefore critical. Victorian judges possessed great influence in shaping how the jury understood the case. Through summing up, they could emphasize caution, press the significance of scientific evidence, remind jurors of the standard required for conviction, or, conversely, present the circumstantial structure of the case as compelling when taken as a whole. A judge need not explicitly direct a verdict to influence one. Tone, emphasis, the ordering of evidence, and the framing of key questions could all nudge the jury toward a particular understanding. In poisoning cases where circumstantial logic and expert authority were closely intertwined, the judge's presentation of that relationship mattered greatly. One may imagine how the whole structure of the case would have sounded in summary. William Lefley died of arsenic. The poison was associated with the rice pudding he ate at home. Mary Lefley prepared or controlled the circumstances of that meal. She had access to the means. The marriage or household conditions supplied motive. Her conduct or statements did not dispel suspicion. There was no plausible alternative explanation sufficient to unsettle the conclusion. This is not direct evidence in the dramatic sense, but it is the kind of cumulative reasoning by which many domestic murders have been convicted. The prosecution's strength lay in making each uncertainty appear small when set beside the total pattern. For the jury, the experience of such a trial would have been morally intense. They were not being asked simply whether poison existed. They were being asked whether a wife had used her position at the center of domestic care to murder her husband. The enormity of that proposition did not necessarily make conviction harder. Sometimes it made acquittal harder because the very audacity of the crime, once believed possible, demanded punishment in proportion to its violation of household trust. The jury's task was legal, but their imagination was moral. They were deciding not only what happened but what kind of world they lived in. Could a husband be poisoned by the wife who served his food? Victorian culture had long answered yes. The trial only had to persuade them that this case belonged to that known and dreadful category. There is also the matter of Mary's own voice. Did she speak? So how was she heard? 19th-century defendants were not always situated in court in ways that allowed their personhood to compete effectively with the case constructed around them. Even where the accused denied guilt or explanations were offered on her behalf, her speech was filtered through procedure, through counsel, through cross-examination, through the reporting habits of newspapers, and through the prejudicial frames already fixed around her. A woman accused of poisoning could find that what she said mattered less than what others found plausible about her. The trial was not simply about hearing Mary. It was about deciding what sort of woman Mary could be. That question, more cultural than legal, haunts many Victorian prosecutions of women. The courtroom professed to judge acts, but it frequently judged character through acts and acts through character. The poisoner was imagined as secretive, calculating, domestically deceptive. Once Mary had been located within that type, the evidence may have been heard less as an inquiry into whether she fit the crime than as confirmation that she did. This does not mean the verdict was necessarily wrong. It means the path to verdict was traveled through assumptions thicker than the law openly admitted. At the close of the case, the jury would have withdrawn under the weight of chemistry, household detail, witness impressions, and the terrible familiarity of the alleged method. Whatever doubt remained had to contend with the prosecution's great advantage. It had made the story feel complete. That is often the decisive achievement in circumstantial murder trials. Facts need not be individually overwhelming if, together, they produce a world in which guilt seems the most comfortable resting place for the mind. The defense may point to uncertainty in a part. The prosecution wins by making the whole feel inevitable. And so the trial became the final act by which Mary Lefley was publicly transformed from wife to poisoner. What began as illness at the family table had passed through inquest, toxicology, local judgment, and prosecutorial selection until it stood before the court as murder. The trial did not invent that transformation, but it ratified it under law. It gave official shape to what the household tragedy had already become in the eyes of many. Chapter 9. Conviction and Sentence. In every capital case there comes a moment when the structure of uncertainty, however elaborate and however fiercely contested, is forced into a single legal word. For Mary Lefley, that word was guilty. Whatever hesitation may have existed in the household after William's first illness, whatever ambiguities may have survived the inquest, whatever doubts the defense attempted to preserve at trial, the verdict converted them into a formal conclusion from which the law would proceed as though the essential truth had been settled. A wife who had entered the process as a suspect now stood condemned as a murderess. The emotional and historical force of that transformation is difficult to overstate. A verdict is not merely an administrative step. It is the point at which narrative becomes power. The prosecution's arrangement of facts, motives, impressions, and chemical findings is ratified by the state and given its full coercive authority. The accused is no longer someone against whom a story has been told. She is now, in the eyes of the law, the person who did the thing alleged. For Mary Lefley, this meant that the interpretation of domestic life advanced against her at trial. The rice pudding, the arsenic, the marriage, the opportunity, the conduct, became not simply persuasive but judicially true. That truth carried immediate practical consequences. In the Victorian legal world, conviction for willful murder did not open a wide range of sentencing possibilities. It narrowed the future with brutal speed. The death sentence followed as the expected legal consequence of murder unless some extraordinary intervention altered the course. In a poisoning case where the crime was often represented as especially deliberate and especially unnatural, the moral path to capital punishment was all the more direct. Mary Lefley was not merely found responsible for a death. She was judged to have committed one of the most feared and culturally abhorrent forms of domestic murder. The law responded in the harshest terms available to it. The pronouncing of sentence in such cases was itself a ritual of authority. The courtroom, which had spent hours or days unfolding evidence, suddenly contracted into solemn formula. The judge addressed the condemned not as a doubtful figure but as one already fixed in guilt. The language of sentencing in murder cases carried both legal and moral weight. It did not simply state what would happen. It re-articulated the crime in the act of punishment. The condemned woman was reminded, explicitly or implicitly, of the enormity of what she had done. The state, through the judge, claimed moral superiority over the act by announcing the sanctioned death that would answer it. For a woman convicted of poisoning her husband, this ceremony would have been especially charged. Victorian culture treated the domestic poisoner not just as a criminal but as a violator of natural order. The wife was expected to nourish, tend, and morally sustain the household. To murder through food was therefore represented as a reversal so complete that it seemed to call for the most emphatic public condemnation. A man who killed violently could be judged savage, drunken, or uncontrolled. A woman who poisoned appeared, in the dominant rhetoric of the time, cold, hidden, and morally inverted. Sentencing drew strength from this rhetorical tradition. It did not have to invent the offense's horror. It drew upon a cultural reservoir in which that horror had long been stored. Once sentence was passed, the case entered a new phase, one often overlooked in simplified true crime retellings. Conviction did not instantly erase all uncertainty from the social world around the case. Rather, it redistributed it. The law had spoken clearly, but public reaction could still take several forms. For many, the verdict would have seemed the proper culmination of the evidence. The presence of arsenic, the fatal meal, and Mary's position in the household likely made guilt appear all but self-evident. Yet in some cases of domestic poisoning, conviction also generated a quieter aftercurrent of unease. Capital punishment makes ambiguity harder to bear, and where circumstantial reasoning had done much of the work, some observers may have felt a residual discomfort even if they could not articulate a full alternative explanation. Such discomfort rarely dominated public discourse. Victorian newspapers and local commentary were generally far more interested in closure than in preserving unresolved tension. Once a woman had been convicted, reports tended to crystallize around a moralist account of the case. Mary Lefley would not simply have been described as the defendant in a poisoning trial. She would increasingly have been named through the offense itself. The wife who poisoned her husband, the woman who gave arsenic in pudding, the domestic murderess. The person shrank, the crime expanded. What had been a contested courtroom narrative became a public identity. This process is important because it reveals how conviction functions beyond the sentence itself. A verdict does not merely authorize punishment. It stabilizes memory. It determines how the accused will be spoken of in the weeks, months, and often decades that follow. Mary Lefley's life, whatever complexity it once possessed as a woman living inside a difficult rural marriage, was now compressed into a single terrible role. The subtleties of domestic labor, the burdens of care, William's possible instability, the uncertainties of the household environment, all these things became secondary to the legal conclusion that she had poisoned him. The conviction allowed later retellings to begin where the trial ended, as though the long process of interpretation that produced the verdict were irrelevant once the verdict had been obtained. The death sentence also altered Mary's position in a more intimate sense. Before conviction, she remained an accused woman whose future, though threatened, was not yet fixed. After sentence, she became a prisoner under the shadow of execution. This transition was psychologically violent even apart from the punishment itself. The condemned entered a strange legal and temporal condition. Still alive, yet already claimed by the state as someone who would die at its hands. Every hour from that point onward was marked by anticipation, however the prisoner tried to endure it. Appeals, petitions, and the possibility of reprieve might exist in theory, but they took place within a system that presumed death unless persuaded otherwise. Hope, if it survived at all, became fragile and procedural. For women, this stage often attracted especially intense public curiosity. The condemned woman occupied a peculiar place in the Victorian imagination. She was at once pitiable and repellent, unnatural yet fascinating, morally fallen yet still gendered in ways that shaped how observers described her. Reports might dwell on her composure, her expressions, her silence, her tears, her apparent hardness, her repentance or lack of it. A male condemned prisoner might be judged primarily through his act. A female one was often judged through her emotional presentation in confinement. Did she weep? Did she confess? Did she maintain her innocence? Did she show proper remorse? The spectacle of condemned femininity became almost a second trial, staged for public consumption through newspaper description and prison rumor. Mary Lefley's conviction would therefore have fed not only legal consequences but also narrative appetite. The same culture that feared the poisoner desired to look upon her once named. Not necessarily in person, since executions had by this period moved within prison walls rather than open public platforms, but through print, report, and the ritualized storytelling that surrounded capital cases. The domestic murderess had to be seen in some symbolic way, either broken by guilt, hardened in depravity, or softened by repentance, so that the public could fit her within an acceptable moral frame. A woman who maintained innocence to the end could complicate this desire, because innocence after conviction risked sounding like obstinacy rather than truth. The condemned woman's voice was now at its weakest point. The law had already defined her. Her remaining words, however earnest, struggled against that definition. The possibility of reprieve always hovers over capital conviction, and this is where the historical tension of such cases sharpens further. In theory, the legal system recognized that not all convicted murderers were equally situated. Questions of mental state, evidentiary uncertainty, pregnancy in female prisoners, public pressure, or executive mercy could interrupt the expected movement from sentence to execution. In practice, however, reprieve was not the norm, especially where the crime seemed clear, deliberate, and morally shocking. Poisoning was precisely the kind of offense least likely to attract widespread sympathy from authorities, because it suggested planning rather than passion, calculation rather than suddenness. Unless some strong doubt emerged after trial, the machinery tended to move forward. This fact matters because later readers sometimes treat execution as if it simply followed the verdict without reflection. In reality, the period between conviction and execution was one in which the state reaffirmed its decision through administrative review, prison procedure, and the refusal of mercy. Each of those steps mattered. They meant that Mary Lefley's death, when it came, was not the automatic aftershock of trial but the result of a system repeatedly choosing to stand by its conclusion. Whatever uncertainties may have lingered in private minds, the institutional mind had decided that the case was sufficient not merely for conviction, but for irreversible punishment. Public reaction to the sentence would have been shaped by the same themes that had governed the trial: domestic betrayal, female criminality, and the terrifying familiarity of poison. Newspapers and local comment frequently relied upon moral shorthand in such cases. There was little need for elaborate political commentary. The facts, once reduced to their most symbolic form, seemed to speak for themselves. A husband had trusted the food prepared in his home and died from arsenic. The wife had been convicted. Justice, many would have said, had done its work. This language of justice, however, often concealed the extent to which the case's emotional power derived from cultural assumptions already in place before trial. The sentence seemed not only lawful but morally necessary because the crime fitted so perfectly into Victorian fears about corrupted domesticity. Yet a sentence of death also sharpened the uneasier question beneath the legal one: how certain had the law really been? Circumstantial capital cases always carry this shadow, even when the courtroom speaks confidently. The more terrible the punishment, the more unsettling it becomes to ask whether the evidentiary web was truly as strong as it appeared. In Mary Lefley's case, the prosecution had certainly presented a coherent structure. But coherence is not omniscience. The law required enough certainty to convict. History asks a different question, which is how that certainty was built and whether it left behind unresolved tensions. The sentence, by closing the legal future, also closes off the possibility of correction. What has been done under the authority of a capital verdict cannot be undone if later doubt grows. This is one reason the language surrounding convicted women can become so severe. Harsh moral description helps justify the severity of punishment. The more unnatural and wicked the condemned is made to seem, the less troubling her execution appears. Victorian reporting and commentary often moved easily into this register. The female poisoner became treacherous, heartless, fiendish, false. Such terms were not merely emotional embellishments. They performed ideological work. They reassured readers that the woman condemned was not someone like themselves, not merely an unhappy wife, not a burdened rural woman trapped in difficult circumstances, but something darker and more alien. In this way, public language collaborated with legal punishment by stripping away complexity and replacing it with type. For Mary Lefley, the verdict therefore did more than decide guilt. It set in motion a moral simplification from which there was little escape. However she understood herself, however others may once have known her in ordinary village life, the conviction reorganized her identity around the crime. She was no longer primarily Mary, the wife in a troubled household. She was Mary Lefley, convicted poisoner. The sentence of death sealed that transformation under the highest possible sanction of the state. The movement from trial to condemnation also illuminates something broader about Victorian criminal justice. It was a system deeply invested in public moral order. Capital punishment in the later 19th century was no longer the mass public spectacle it had once been, yet it remained symbolically central. To hang a woman convicted of poisoning her husband was to assert that the state could answer domestic treachery with controlled, lawful violence of its own. The household had been corrupted. The law would restore order through punishment. Whether or not this actually restored anything is another matter. What it certainly did was dramatize the authority of the state over the hidden violences of home. At the human level, however, the sentence narrowed one life toward death and altered forever the memory of another already gone. William Lefley now existed publicly as the husband poisoned by his wife. Mary existed as the wife condemned for poisoning him. Everything else in their marriage was pushed toward the margins. The law, in condemning her, also simplified him. He became less a complex rural man, possibly burdened in ways still difficult to recover, and more the emblematic victim necessary to complete the story. Capital cases often produce this double flattening: the living condemned into a type of monster, the dead compressed into a type of victim. This chapter marks the point at which the machinery of accusation became irreversible punishment in principle, if not yet in final physical fact. From the verdict onward, Mary Lefley's remaining life unfolded under the sign of state death. The question was no longer whether she would be treated as guilty. It was whether anything could intervene before the sentence was carried out, and how she herself moved through the final interval between condemnation and execution. Chapter 10. The Condemned Cell. Between sentence and execution lies one of the bleakest spaces in criminal history, the interval in which the state has decided upon death but has not yet carried it out. It is a period at once crowded and empty, crowded with procedure, report, prayer, supervision, and the formal possibility of mercy, empty of ordinary future. For Mary Lefley, once conviction had been pronounced and the machinery of review had begun its slow, hard movement, life narrowed into this interval. She was no longer simply a prisoner awaiting the outcome of trial. She was a condemned woman. Everything around her now proceeded under the assumption that unless some intervention came, she would die by law. The condemned cell has often been described as a place of final reflection, repentance, dread, or religious preparation, but such descriptions can become too literary if they are not grounded in the realities of Victorian penal life. The condemned prisoner did not enter a poetic chamber of abstraction. She entered a tightly managed institutional environment designed to hold the body securely and to manage the soul, or at least its public appearance, in the days leading to execution. Time became both intensely structured and strangely unreal. There were rules, visits, observations, official communications, and clerical attendance. Yet all of these existed beneath the overpowering knowledge that the future had effectively ended. The condemned person lived within administration but toward extinction. For women, this stage was inflected by a further layer of scrutiny. The female condemned prisoner interested the Victorian public in a manner that was half moral, half voyeuristic. Reports often dwelt upon her appearance, her composure, her tears or lack of tears, her supposed contrition, her last words, her manner toward prison officials, and her response to spiritual counsel. The condemned woman was expected to perform a recognizable script even in extremity. If she was penitent, she confirmed the justice of the sentence by yielding morally to it. If she remained hard, she confirmed the need for her destruction. If she protested innocence to the end, her insistence might be read not as evidence of possible wrong conviction but as obstinacy, deception, or spiritual blindness. In this way, the condemned woman remained under interpretation until the final moment. Mary Lefley's path through this interval cannot be known in every emotional detail, but its structure can be understood. After sentence, the case would have moved into the familiar channels through which capital verdicts were reviewed. Papers were considered. The possibility of reprieve existed formally, whether pursued through petition, legal argument, or the executive process by which mercy might sometimes be extended. This possibility matters, but it must not be romanticized. Victorian reprieve was exceptional, not routine, and in a case involving the poisoning of a husband by his wife, the moral climate was especially unfavorable. Poisoning appeared deliberate. It seemed to lack the partial excuses sometimes associated with sudden violence, intoxication, or emotional frenzy. It was the crime of concealment. Authorities, having accepted that Mary had poisoned William, would likely have seen little reason to moderate the sentence unless some serious doubt or mitigating factor emerged beyond the trial record. This is what makes the condemned period so psychologically cruel. Hope cannot be fully extinguished while reprieve remains theoretically possible, yet neither can it be comfortably sustained. The prisoner lives in suspension. Every visit, every message, every administrative movement may seem charged with significance. Silence itself becomes oppressive. The condemned woman may attempt to read faces, tones, delays, small irregularities in routine. Those around her, warders, officials, chaplain, surgeon, continue their duties within a framework she cannot control. The prisoner's own future is being discussed elsewhere in language of file, review, and recommendation, while she herself waits under bodily certainty and informational uncertainty alike. The prison environment of late Victorian England was shaped by discipline, surveillance, and the management of moral order. Condemned prisoners were kept under especially close watch. This was practical to prevent self-harm or disruption, but it also reflected the state's determination to retain complete control over the body it intended to destroy. A condemned person was not permitted to escape the sentence by another death, nor to disrupt the solemn authority with which execution was supposed to proceed. Even despair was managed institutionally. The prisoner could be ministered to, observed, prayed over, and guarded, but not released from the structure that enclosed her. The chaplain's role was central in this process. Victorian penal culture placed enormous emphasis on religious preparation for death. This emphasis served several purposes at once. It offered genuine spiritual consolation in some cases. It also helped frame execution as not merely punitive, but morally redemptive in a limited and final sense. The condemned were urged to confess, repent, submit, and prepare their souls. Public reporting often treated the chaplain's efforts as a measure of whether the prisoner had died well. A repentant condemned woman could be narrated as tragic but spiritually reclaimed. An unrepentant one remained doubly condemned by law and by moral judgment. For Mary Lefley, the presence of religious counsel would have been inescapable. Whether she embraced it, resisted it, or endured it in complicated silence, the prison expected her to confront death through a Christian frame. If she maintained innocence, that very maintenance would create tension within the chaplain's work. Some condemned prisoners continued to deny guilt to the end, and this often unsettled the neat moral narrative prison and public preferred. A confession would retrospectively validate the trial. A repentant admission would convert legal punishment into spiritual drama. A refusal to confess threatened that coherence. Yet it would be a grave mistake to assume that denial necessarily signified guilt or that confession necessarily represented pure truth. Condemned speech is produced under extreme pressure. The prison sought not only the prisoner's body, but the shape of her final story. There is also the question of solitude. However structured the prison routine, the condemned prisoner spent much of this final period in a state of acute separation from ordinary human life. The household world out of which the crime had emerged was gone. The tasks, the rooms, the rhythms of domestic labor, the ordinary irritations and obligations of marriage, all had been replaced by stone, supervision, and waiting. The very domestic identity around which the case had been built was now emptied out. Mary was no longer wife in practice, only in the legal and narrative memory of the offense. William was dead. The home had been transformed into evidence, and she herself was reduced, within prison administration, to the condemned body moving toward execution. This stripping away is one of the least acknowledged violences of capital punishment. The sentence does not simply threaten death. It first dismantles life into procedural fragments. A person who has lived within a web of relations, however strained or unhappy, is made to inhabit a world where nearly every relation is now custodial. She is spoken to as prisoner, soul, case, object of supervision, body to be weighed, watched, fed, escorted, and finally killed. Even compassion, where it exists, is regulated. The condemned woman may receive visitors or messages under fixed conditions, but she no longer possesses ordinary social existence. The prison has taken custody of her ending. The public, meanwhile, waited for the last act. By the 1880s, executions no longer took place before the mass crowds that had once gathered at public hangings, but this did not eliminate the public dimension. It merely displaced it into print and rumor. Newspapers reported the condemned prisoner's state, her demeanor, the arrangements made, and eventually the execution itself. The scaffold had moved behind walls, yet the public continued to consume its moral significance. In some ways, the inwardness of prison execution intensified the fascination. What the public could not see directly, it absorbed through official description. The condemned woman became a subject of mediated visibility, her final hours shaped into scenes of composure, collapse, penitence, or grim endurance according to the needs of the report. This matters because Mary Lefley's final days would almost certainly have been represented as part of the meaning of her case. If she appeared calm, the press might describe her composure with a tone of either admiration or horror. If she was distressed, the distress could be read as the natural breaking of a guilty conscience. If she spoke little, her silence would invite interpretation. If she prayed, repented, or made statements, these would be placed within the larger moral story already attached to her. The condemned woman was never permitted simply to wait. She had to signify. Alongside this symbolic burden were the material preparations for execution. Prison authorities had exact procedures. The date would be fixed. The warrant would arrive. The executioner would attend. Measurements and arrangements would be made. Medical and prison officials would prepare to do their part in what was now a highly bureaucratized act of death. This administrative order is worth dwelling on because it reveals a great deal about the Victorian state's self-understanding. Execution was no longer supposed to appear as a raw spectacle of vengeance. It was meant to seem controlled, efficient, solemn, almost antiseptic in its formality. The horror remained, but it was enclosed within paperwork, routine, and professional expertise. For the condemned prisoner, however, that bureaucratic neatness could only sharpen the cruelty. Death came not in chaotic violence but in measured certainty. The days counted down. Sounds in the corridor mattered. Footsteps approached with meaning. The body itself would react, whatever the mind attempted. Sleeplessness, numbness, agitation, prayer, dissociation, fragments of memory, perhaps moments of stunned ordinary thought amid the vastness of the event to come. Historical records seldom preserve these inner experiences fully, especially for women whose voices were already marginalized. What survives is usually the external account. She slept little, she ate poorly, she was composed, she was attended by the chaplain, she made no statement, she was resigned, she was tearful. Such phrases are not nothing, but they stand at a painful distance from the reality they gesture toward. One must also consider whether Mary received support from outside, family, sympathizers, legal advocates, or local persons persuaded that the case deserved mercy. Even where such efforts existed, they often struggled against the inertia of conviction. Once a woman had been found guilty of poisoning her husband, public sympathy was hard to mobilize. The charge offended too many Victorian certainties at once. Domestic betrayal, female criminality, hidden poison, the sacred relation of marriage, food turned fatal. These elements combined into a form of offense that was difficult to forgive and perhaps even more difficult to doubt openly. To plead for mercy in such a case required not only compassion, but the willingness to question the confidence of law and science together. That willingness appears to have been limited. Mary Lefley's sentence was not overturned. The condemned interval therefore moved steadily toward its end. Whatever words were spoken on her behalf, whatever thoughts she herself maintained, they did not alter the decision of the state. This is the final meaning of the condemned cell. It is the place where the possibility of mercy is tested against the determination to punish, and where in many cases punishment prevails because it has already acquired the moral force of inevitability. There is a temptation when writing about final days to search for dramatic revelation. A confession, a protestation, a last-minute collapse, a spiritual conversion. Sometimes such things occur. Often they do not. History is full of condemned people whose last interval was simply a gradual movement through fear, ritual, and bodily endurance. Mary Lefley may have been penitent, defiant, bewildered, resigned, or some shifting mixture of all four. She may have clung to innocence or to fragments of faith or to numbness. The surviving record, if it speaks at all, will likely do so through the controlling voices of prison and press rather than through hers alone. That, too, is part of the violence of the scaffold. The condemned woman's last self is narrated mostly by others. What can be said with confidence is that this period completed the transformation begun at the moment of William Lefley's death. The household wife had become the accused poisoner. The accused poisoner had become the convicted murderess. And the convicted murderess had now become the condemned body awaiting legal death. Each stage narrowed interpretation and reduced available futures. The prison did not question this transformation. It existed to carry it through. By the close of these final days, the sentence had moved from abstraction to imminence. The warrant had moral, legal, and physical meaning. It was no longer enough to say that Mary Lefley had been sentenced to die. She was about to be taken to the place where the sentence would be enacted. Everything that remained, prayer, sleep, silence, appeals of conscience, official readiness, the careful management of routine, was merely the approach to that fact. Chapter 11. The execution. The morning of an execution in late Victorian England was designed to appear orderly. That order was not incidental. It was part of the state's answer to the violence it claimed to punish. The condemned prisoner would not be dragged through a jeering crowd as in earlier centuries, nor exposed to the chaotic theater of public death. By the 1880s, the scaffold stood within prison walls, hidden from general view, governed by schedule, supervision, and procedure. The state no longer wished execution to resemble spectacle in the old sense. It wished it to resemble solemn necessity. controlled, efficient, enclosed. Yet the concealment of the act did not lessen its brutality. It merely changed its style. The violence remained absolute. A human being was still led from a cell to a scaffold and deliberately killed under law. For Mary Lefley, that final morning was the last stage in a long narrowing. From wife to suspect, from suspect to prisoner, from prisoner to condemned woman, she had been moved through increasingly rigid categories until there was almost nothing left of the person outside the offense for which she had been sentenced. On the morning of execution, even that offense receded. The body came to the foreground. The prisoner had to be woken or watched through the last hours, prepared, escorted, and placed within the exact physical circumstances in which death would be produced. Whatever the mind was doing, praying, resisting, dissociating, remembering, refusing, surrendering, the body was being readied for extinction. The structure of execution mornings in Victorian prisons was highly regulated. Officials knew their roles. The governor, chaplain, surgeon, warders, and executioner each occupied a place within a carefully managed sequence. This bureaucratic precision was part of the moral self-presentation of the system. The state did not kill in passion. It killed procedurally. A warrant had been signed. A time had been fixed. The prison machinery moved accordingly. In theory, this order distinguished lawful punishment from private violence. In practice, it often deepened the horror by making death feel impersonal and inescapable, not the outcome of sudden rage but of calm institutional will. The condemned prisoner's last hours were therefore marked by ritualized control. Clothing would be attended to. The chaplain might remain near, offering prayer and urging spiritual readiness. Food might be offered, though condemned prisoners often could not take much. The prisoner was observed constantly. There was little room for unmonitored solitude. Even final gestures of humanity occurred inside surveillance. The prison did not release its grip at the end, it tightened it. Mary Lefley, whatever she felt, would have experienced these final preparations within an atmosphere where every action around her carried the unbearable knowledge of what was coming next. The chaplain's presence on the final morning deserves particular notice. In the Victorian execution system, religion did not stand outside the machinery of death as a mere comfort. It was woven into it. Prayer accompanied the prisoner to the scaffold. Scriptural language framed the passage from cell to execution chamber or gallows. The condemned person was expected to die not only under sentence, but under moral exhortation. This created a peculiar doubleness. The state claimed the body. Religion claimed the soul. Together they transformed execution into a kind of final drama of judgment, one in which the prisoner was at once criminal, penitent, mortal, and object of administrative care. If Mary Lefley maintained innocence, that final religious framing would have been especially fraught. The prison preferred the condemned who repented and thereby confirmed the justice of the sentence. A prisoner who denied guilt to the end complicated that narrative. Yet even then the machinery did not pause. The law did not require inner agreement from the condemned. It required only bodily submission which the prison could enforce. Whether Mary confessed, denied, prayed, or remained silent, she would still be taken forward. Execution is the ultimate point at which the state declares that inward uncertainty no longer matters to outward action. The walk to the scaffold, however short in physical distance, was the most terrible symbolic movement in the whole process. The condemned prisoner passed from waiting into enactment. Up to this point, death had still been future. Now it was immediate. In prisons of the period, the scaffold was often positioned to minimize delay. This was partly for administrative efficiency and partly to reduce the period of visible terror. But it also intensified the abruptness of transition. A few steps, a corridor, a door, a platform. The geography of execution was compressed so that the sentence could move from paper to body with dreadful speed. Mary Lefley, accompanied by officials and likely the chaplain, would have crossed that small distance beneath an attention more concentrated than any she had ever known. Every eye around her would be fixed upon how she carried herself in those final moments. This scrutiny was never morally neutral. Victorian accounts of execution often dwelt on demeanor. Was the prisoner calm? Did she falter? Was she supported? Did she appear resigned, terrified, numb? Such descriptions did more than report. They assigned meaning to the death. A composed prisoner might be read as courageous, hardened, or spiritually prepared. A visibly distressed one might be seen as naturally broken by guilt or as pitiable in her final humanity. Female prisoners were especially vulnerable to such interpretation, because their bodies and expressions were read through gendered expectations even at the scaffold. The condemned woman was still being made to signify at the very edge of death. The executioner's role, too, had by this time become professionalized. This is another disturbing feature of the later Victorian death penalty. The act was no longer carried out by improvised local force. It was the work of a specialist operating within accepted technical norms. Measurements might have been taken beforehand to calculate the drop. The intention was to secure a quick and efficient death according to the standards of the time. Efficiency, however, should not be confused with mercy. It simply means that the violence had been refined into a method. Mary Lefley was not spared the scaffold by this professionalism. She was subjected to it more completely. The final physical acts followed a grim logic. The prisoner was placed on the trap. Limbs might be secured. The white cap drawn over the face. The noose adjusted. These details have become almost ritual clichés in execution history, but they should not be allowed to harden into abstraction. Each action was an intimate assault carried out under institutional authority. The body was arranged for death by others. The face was covered. The neck was fitted to the rope. The condemned person ceased, in those seconds, to appear fully as a social being and became instead the object upon which a sentence would be mechanically completed. This reduction is part of the moral violence of execution. The state must first transform a person into a body ready to die. Then came the act itself. The signal given, the lever pulled, the trap released. The law, which had spoken in the courtroom through verdict and sentence, now spoke through the body's sudden fall. There is a tendency in some historical writing to pass quickly over this moment, perhaps out of propriety, perhaps out of discomfort. But to understand execution historically, one must resist that evasion. The state killed Mary Lefley by hanging. However procedural, however enclosed, however solemnly managed, that fact is central. It was not metaphorical. It was not merely symbolic closure to a criminal case. It was physical extinction inflicted by design. After the drop, the body did not immediately vanish into historical shorthand. There were further procedures. The surgeon examined the body. Officials remained to confirm death. The time would be noted. The formalities that followed were part of the state's effort to contain and certify the result. Execution in the later 19th century was as much administrative as dramatic. The body had to be dealt with properly according to prison law. Death had to be verified. Records had to be completed. Public reporting would later translate these actions into compact phrases, but the institutional meaning of them was larger. The state not only punished, it documented its punishment. The handling of the body after execution reveals another important feature of Victorian penal culture. The executed were denied the ordinary dignity of death in several respects. Their bodies were not simply released into the old communal patterns of mourning and burial. They were often buried within prison grounds, under conditions shaped by regulation rather than family ritual. This meant that Mary Lefley's death did not return her to the world in the usual sense. Even in death, she remained within the custody of the institution that had killed her. The body that had once worked in a rural household, prepared meals, moved through village space, and borne the burdens of domestic life was now reduced to penal remains, interred under the authority of the prison. This denial of ordinary burial had symbolic force. It extended punishment beyond life into memory and landscape. The executed person did not re-enter community as a mourned individual in the usual way. She disappeared into the hidden geography of the state. For women, this carried an additional resonance. The domestic body had been judged to have violated domestic order so profoundly that it was removed from domestic mourning itself. The wife who had been convicted of poisoning her husband was not simply killed. She was also prevented from dying back into the social category she once inhabited. Outside the prison walls, the execution immediately became reportable fact. News spread through newspapers and local networks, usually in a form that emphasized the completion of justice. The event was brief in print, even if immense in human consequence. There might be mention of Mary's demeanor, the hour of execution, the attendance of officials, perhaps the chaplain's ministrations, perhaps the absence or presence of a confession. The spareness of such reports is itself revealing. After the intensity of trial and the melodrama of domestic poisoning, death was often rendered in clipped official language. The law had done what it set out to do. That was enough. Yet it was not enough for memory. Execution closes the legal case, but it does not settle the historical one. Indeed, in some respects it opens it more sharply. Once the condemned has been killed, the stakes of doubt change forever. No new reflection, no later unease, no reassessment of evidence can restore the life taken under sentence. This is one reason the execution of Mary Lefley must be read not only as the ending of a criminal process, but as the beginning of a more troubling historical silence. The woman whose guilt had been judicially fixed could no longer answer, revise, resist, or complicate the story told about her. The State's Act had made its own version of events irreversible. It is also worth pausing over the moral language of closure. Victorian authorities and many contemporary readers would have understood the execution as the restoration of order after domestic corruption. A husband had been poisoned. The guilty wife had paid with her life. The symmetry is brutally clear. But such moral symmetry is often an illusion created by punishment. William Lefley remained dead. Mary Lefley was now dead as well. Whatever disorder had existed in their household was not repaired, only answered by further destruction. The law could demonstrate power. It could not restore the world that had been lost. The notion that execution resolved the deeper tragedy of the case belongs more to the needs of public moral narrative than to the human reality left behind. For the historian, the execution is therefore both an end and a challenge. It marks the final point at which Mary Lefley can be followed as a living subject. After this, she survives only through records, reports, recollections, and the argumentative afterlife of the case. The body has been removed. The voice, if it was ever faint in the record, falls fainter still. The woman at the center of the story becomes increasingly vulnerable to simplification because she can no longer disturb the forms in which others remember her. And simplification came quickly. Once executed, Mary Lefley could easily be folded into the familiar category of the Victorian poisoner. The wife who killed through food, the woman who turned the domestic meal into a medium of death, the murderess justly hanged. That category was culturally satisfying, and culture prefers satisfaction to difficulty. Yet the very finality of execution demands difficulty. A woman was killed by the state for poisoning her husband with arsenic in rice pudding. That sentence describes what the law concluded. It does not, by itself, exhaust what history must ask about how that conclusion was built, what alternatives were set aside, and how much uncertainty was buried along with the body in the prison ground. The scaffold ended Mary Lefley's life. It did not end the questions attached to her. Chapter 12. Afterlives, Memory, Myth, and the Making of a Victorian Poisoner. Execution ended Mary Lefley's life, but it did not end the life of the case. On the contrary, it began a second existence for it, less immediate, less embodied, and often more distorted. Once the prisoner is dead, the practical urgency of law gives way to the slower, stranger processes of memory. Facts are compressed. Ambiguities are thinned. Certain details harden into legend while others fall away almost entirely. In Mary Lefley's case, this process was especially powerful because the story already possessed the elements most likely to survive in popular recollection. A Victorian wife, a husband dead after a domestic meal, arsenic, rice pudding, trial, conviction, and the scaffold. It was, from the perspective of narrative, almost too complete. This very completeness is what makes the afterlife of the case so revealing. Historical memory does not preserve events evenly. It clings to what is symbolically useful. In the years after Mary Lefley's execution, and even more in later retellings, the case could be reduced to a compact moral image: the wife who poisoned her husband with rice pudding. Such a formula is memorable precisely because it strips away complication. It preserves the domestic emblem, the lethal substance, and the criminal role, while discarding most of the context through which the case had originally been lived and judged. The burdens of rural marriage, the uncertain texture of household life, William Lefley's condition, the interpretive nature of witness testimony, the construction of motive, and the lingering discomfort of capital punishment all become optional, and are often omitted. This is how criminal memory works with particular efficiency in cases involving women. Female defendants are frequently made to survive not as complex historical people but as types. They become the poisoner, the baby farmer, the black widow, the murderess, the woman in black, or some other compact figure through which a society can organize fear, fascination, and judgment. The type is durable because it is easier to remember than the person. Mary Lefley, though less famous than some other Victorian women accused or convicted of poisoning, became vulnerable to the same process. Her identity narrowed after death into the role the law and the press had most powerfully attached to her. That narrowing was assisted by the habits of Victorian journalism itself. Newspaper reporting in the 19th century was one of the principal mechanisms by which crime entered public memory. Reports of trial and execution could be extensive, but they were rarely neutral in tone. They selected, arranged, and morally inflected the material. Once the execution had occurred, the press had little incentive to preserve uncertainty. The case could now be told as concluded. Mary Lefley might be named in the language of guilt with complete assurance. The rice pudding detail, because it was vivid and domestic, was likely to remain. The image of arsenic hidden within a plain household dish carried too much dramatic force to be forgotten. It made the story instantly legible to readers, and that legibility helped carry it forward into subsequent mention. The local memory of such a case could be even more condensed. Villages and rural districts do not retain the past in the manner of archives. They remember by anecdote, warning, shorthand, and emotional residue. A household becomes that house, a woman becomes the one who, and the event settles into local folklore. Precision declines, but emotional clarity often increases. In this kind of memory, William Lefley may become less a specific man than the unfortunate husband. Mary becomes less a woman of a particular marriage and more the wife who betrayed the table. The case survives because it can be repeated in a sentence. The cost of that repeatability is historical depth. This is one reason later readers can encounter the Lefley case in oddly flattened form. It appears almost as a dark curiosity. A woman, a pudding, a poisoning. Such flattening is not trivial. It reflects a long tradition of reducing women's crimes to memorable domestic tableaus, especially where food is involved. The meal object becomes the center of recollection because it performs all the cultural work at once. It tells of care turned lethal, of trust violated through intimacy, of ordinary femininity rendered uncanny. Once the rice pudding becomes the permanent emblem of the case, everything else begins to revolve around it. The domestic object has swallowed the domestic reality. Yet the afterlife of a case is not made only by newspapers and gossip. It is also made by later writers, collectors of criminal history, local historians, and modern true crime readers. Each generation receives the case through its own concerns. Some are drawn to the sensational outline. Others become interested in Victorian forensic science. Others still approach the case through the history of women and punishment, or through the broader cultural fear of poison. In each retelling, choices are made. Some writers reproduce the prosecution's certainty. Others reopen the question of whether Mary Lefley's guilt was as clear as the verdict suggested. Some treat her as a straightforward poisoner. Others see in her case the possibility of circumstantial overreach, gendered suspicion, or judicial severity amplified by the cultural terror of arsenic. The existence of these competing afterlives is itself significant. Famous criminal cases often survive because they can support more than one moral meaning. Mary Lefley's case, though smaller in scale than some better-known Victorian poisonings, has precisely this quality. On one reading, it is the story of domestic murder rightly detected and punished, a husband poisoned by the wife whose role should have been to nourish him. On another, it is the story of how Victorian society, already primed to fear the female poisoner, converted a troubling domestic death into certainty through a mixture of toxicology, circumstantial reasoning, and cultural expectation. The case continues to unsettle because neither reading fully erases the other. It is worth noting how often the later historical imagination seeks to rescue such women into one of two opposite positions: monster or victim of injustice. Both positions are understandable. The first follows the line of the original conviction. The second arises partly from modern discomfort with capital punishment and partly from a broader skepticism toward past courts, especially in cases involving women judged through moral prejudice. But history is often least well served by polarities. Mary Lefley may have been guilty in the legal and moral sense the court determined. She may also have been judged within a system profoundly shaped by gendered assumptions and cultural panic around poisoning. These possibilities are not mutually exclusive. A guilty person can still be tried within unfair conditions. An uncertain case can still produce a legally coherent conviction. The historian's task is not to choose melodrama in either direction, but to preserve the friction between certainty and doubt where the record demands it. This friction helps explain why the Lefley case remains attractive to writers. It is at once intimate and symbolic. The setting is small, the meanings are large. A rural household contains within it the great Victorian anxieties of poison, marriage, womanhood, law, and death. The case also allows later readers to confront the unsettling overlap between the ordinary and the fatal. There is no dramatic urban underworld here, no elaborate conspiracy, no aristocratic decadence. There is a home, a husband, a wife, a meal. That simplicity makes the case feel closer to the essential fears of domestic crime than many more flamboyant murders do. The horror is not that something exotic intruded into everyday life, but that everyday life itself may have contained the means of destruction. Modern interest in Mary Lefley is also shaped by the broader revival of attention to forgotten women in criminal history. There has been growing interest in moving beyond the handful of notorious names and recovering lesser-known figures whose cases illuminate wider social structures. In that context, Mary becomes valuable not only as an individual subject but as an entry point into the study of rural domestic life, poison culture, gendered suspicion, and the operation of the death penalty in late Victorian England. Her obscurity paradoxically becomes part of her usefulness. Because she was never elevated into full celebrity, her case remains somewhat open, less overdetermined by myth than more famous murderesses, yet still haunted by the same symbolic patterns. At the same time, obscurity creates its own problems. The less famous the case, the more likely it is to survive in fragments, repeated details, and secondary summaries rather than in full documentary richness. This can encourage overstatement. A single memorable element, such as the rice pudding, begins to carry disproportionate explanatory weight because so much else is absent from common recollection. The result is a peculiar imbalance. Mary Lefley can seem vividly known and historically elusive at once. Readers remember the image more easily than the evidence. This imbalance makes careful reconstruction all the more necessary. The afterlife of the case also shows how execution freezes interpretation. Once Mary was hanged, the official story acquired an authority difficult to contest. The dead cannot appeal, revise, or complicate. The executed woman becomes available for summary in a way the living defendant never was. Her silence after death strengthens the institutions that spoke over her while she lived. This is not to say that later doubt is impossible, only that it must work against the settled force of verdict plus scaffold. In public memory, execution tends to function as retrospective confirmation. People assume that because the state killed, the guilt must have been secure. Yet history knows too well that execution proves finality, not infallibility. This is one reason Mary Lefley's afterlife cannot be read apart from the history of capital punishment. The moral tone of later retellings often depends on how the writer feels about execution itself. Those more sympathetic to the death penalty as historical justice may treat the case as concluded by the gallows. Those more troubled by execution may return to the trial with a sharper eye for uncertainty and overreach. The body buried within prison walls haunts the later narrative, whether explicitly or not. It reminds the reader that this was not merely a conviction but an irreversible act by the state. Every retelling takes place in the shadow of that irreversibility. There is also the question of comparison. Mary Lefley's name is sometimes mentally placed beside larger and more notorious Victorian poisoners, especially Mary and Cotton. This is understandable. Both involve women, arsenic, and domestic death. But the comparison is revealing precisely because it distorts. Cotton became a figure of scale. Multiple deaths, broader notoriety, a near-mythic status in the history of female poisoning. Mary Lefley's case, by contrast, is intimate, singular, and rooted in the opacity of one marriage and one household tragedy. To conflate them is to lose what is most historically interesting about Lefley. Not sensational abundance, but the unsettling ambiguity of a single domestic death transformed into a capital case. Why then does this case continue to trouble the imagination? It troubles because it sits at the threshold between recognition and uncertainty. The broad shape is recognizable enough to satisfy narrative desire. Poison in food, wife as suspect, conviction, execution. But the closer one looks, the more unstable the certainty becomes. There are questions about William's condition, about the weight and interpretation of evidence, about the speed with which Mary could be read through the cultural script of the poisoner, and about the degree to which law and public feeling reinforced one another. The case lingers because it feels both solved and unsolved. The law solved it. History, less obedient to verdict, continues to ask what solving meant. This dual status makes Mary Lefley an especially powerful subject for historical writing. She can be approached through crime, but also through marriage, gender, domestic labor, toxicology, rural society, and penal ritual. Her story allows the writer to move between the very small and the very large. One kitchen and a whole culture of poison. One marriage and an entire system of domestic expectation. One execution and the broader authority of the Victorian state. The case is not valuable despite its smallness. It is valuable because small cases often reveal structure with unusual clarity. In the narrow space of the Lefley household, an entire world becomes visible. What survives most stubbornly, of course, is the image of the pudding. That is the detail almost guaranteed to outlive everything else. It is too vivid, too domestic, too emblematic to be lost. Yet perhaps the final task of historical writing is to resist letting the emblem have the last word. The rice pudding matters, but only insofar as it opens outward into the wider conditions that gave it meaning. Without those conditions, it becomes anecdote. With them, it becomes a key to understanding how Victorian England imagined poison, judged women, read households, and punished those it believed had turned nourishment into death. Mary Lefley's afterlife is therefore not simply the survival of a crime story. It is the survival of a problem. How should one remember a woman condemned within a system that was culturally ready to believe in the domestic poisoner? How should one read a conviction secured by a mixture of toxicology, circumstantial evidence, and moral interpretation? How should one balance respect for the dead husband, attention to the burdened realities of marriage, skepticism toward neat criminal types, and awareness of the final brutality of execution? These are not questions that can be tidily resolved. They are the reason the case remains alive enough to write about it all. The state ended Mary Lefley's life. Memory turned her into a type. History must try as far as possible to reverse that reduction, not by pretending certainty where none exists, and not by flattening her into innocence or wickedness, but by returning her to the world that made her accusation and death possible. Chapter 3. The Female Poisoner and the Victorian Home. No figure in 19th-century crime carried quite the same mixture of fascination and revulsion as the female poisoner. She was not the most common offender, nor the most publicly visible in the way of the male burglar, highwayman, or drunken killer. Yet she occupied a disproportionately powerful place in the Victorian imagination because she appeared to violate social order at its most intimate point. She did not attack in the street. She did not erupt from outside the household. She moved within the spaces assigned to feminine duty and turned those very spaces into the medium of danger. In her, the home ceased to be a refuge and became instead the scene of hidden death. Mary Lefley's case belongs to this larger history. To understand why her prosecution and execution carried such force, one must look beyond the individual facts and into the cultural meaning of the female poisoner as a type. The law tried Mary for the murder of one man. Victorian society judged her more broadly within a pre-existing moral category, the woman who corrupts the domestic sphere through concealment, calculation, and betrayal. That category did not arise from legal evidence alone. It was produced by gender ideals, household structures, popular journalism, literature, moral commentary, and the repeated spectacle of women whose crimes could be narrated as reversals of care. The power of this figure begins with the Victorian idea of womanhood. Across the 19th century, especially in respectable middle-class discourse, women were persistently associated with nurture, moral influence, domestic order, and the quiet governance of the home. The ideal wife was expected to soften masculine hardness, organize household life, care for children, tend the sick, and transform the home into a place of comfort and virtue. Even where actual women lived under poverty, fatigue, violence, or relentless labor, the ideal retained enormous force. It structured judgment. It determined what counted as feminine goodness. It shaped not only aspirations but accusations. The female poisoner was frightening because she inverted this ideal without outwardly abandoning it. She did not always leave the home or adopt recognizably masculine violence. She did not need to seize a weapon in public view. Instead, she weaponized what the home had already entrusted to her: food, drink, medicine, care, access, routine, proximity. The very fact that she could appear ordinary made her terrifying. If femininity itself could conceal murder, then the moral reassurance associated with domestic life began to collapse. The wife who fed could also kill. The mother who dosed a remedy could also poison. The nurse who tended the invalid could also hasten death. No open rupture was required. The appearance of domestic normality could remain intact until the body failed. This is why poisoning by women was so often described as unnatural. The term appears simple, but its meaning in Victorian culture was dense. Unnatural did not mean only that the act was wicked. It meant that the act violated a deeply held vision of how the home, the family, and womanhood were supposed to function. The female poisoner was seen not merely as criminal but as morally inverted. She had turned care into harm, tenderness into strategy, domesticity into disguise. The crime seemed to emerge not from visible passion but from hidden corruption. That hiddenness was essential. Victorian society found secrecy within the female domestic role especially intolerable because it challenged the belief that the home could be morally secured by women's presence. The anxiety here was not only about crime. It was also about knowledge. Men in the dominant social order were supposed to rule publicly and legally. Women, however, knew the intimate workings of the household in ways men often did not. They knew food stores, medicines, habits of appetite, moments of physical weakness, bodily complaints, and the small routines of daily dependence. This knowledge was expected to be benevolent. When reimagined as criminal, it became sinister. The female poisoner appeared to possess a form of power that was private, embodied, and difficult to police. She did not need public authority to act. She needed only familiarity. That is one reason poisoning sat so close to broader Victorian fears about hidden female agency. The 19th century was full of contradictory attitudes toward women's power. On the one hand, women were often represented as weak, dependent, and morally delicate. On the other, they were also imagined as deeply influential within the home, capable of shaping men, children, and household atmosphere in quiet but decisive ways. The female poisoner was the nightmare version of that influence. She suggested that womanly power, exercised invisibly through domestic channels, could become lethal. In this sense, the figure of the poisoner exposed the instability of the very ideology that claimed women belonged naturally in the home. If the home was their sphere, then their capacity to do harm there could never be fully excluded. The legal system did not create this fear, but it used and reinforced it. Trials of women accused of poisoning were rarely just about whether poison had been administered. They were also about whether the accused had fulfilled or betrayed the social expectations attached to her sex. Was she affectionate? Was she patient? Did she seem dutiful? Did she grieve correctly? Had she shown signs of hardness, temper, disorder, greed, or sexual impropriety? The courtroom often became a site where femininity itself was weighed. A woman who failed in her performance of proper wifehood was more readily imaginable as a poisoner. Conversely, a woman who still appeared gentle or respectable could make the charge seem even more dramatic, because her apparent innocence heightened the sense of concealed evil. Mary Lefley's case fits closely within this dynamic. Her centrality to the prosecution came not only from arsenic and opportunity, but from her position as wife. The rice pudding mattered because it was hers to prepare within the gendered logic of household life. Her presence near illness mattered because tending the sick was hers to do. Her access to household substances mattered because domestic management was hers to undertake. In other words, the case drew its force from the very duties that defined respectable femininity. Mary could be imagined as a poisoner because she had been living exactly where women were expected to live, at the center of food, care, and routine. The charge did not remove her from the domestic ideal. It accused her of corrupting it from within. This corruption helps explain why food in particular occupies such an outsized place in stories of female poisoning. Meals are among the most basic expressions of trust in domestic life. To eat food prepared by a wife, mother, daughter, or servant is to submit, however casually, to an act of ordinary dependence. One assumes nourishment, not danger. That is why the poisoning meal has such symbolic strength. It dramatizes betrayal in its purest everyday form. The bowl, cup, spoon, or pudding becomes the carrier of a larger fear, that the routines that sustain life may be open to deliberate distortion by those trusted most closely. The rice pudding in Mary Lefley's case was therefore never merely evidence. It was an emblem of gendered domestic terror. A humble dish, associated with care and economy, became in public imagination the perfect vessel of hidden death. It mattered that it was pudding rather than some stranger object, because pudding belonged unmistakably to the wife's realm. It carried with it the full symbolic burden of nourishment. That symbolism would have worked powerfully on jurors, readers, and later memory alike. It made the act legible as specifically feminine and specifically domestic. At the same time, the female poisoner was often represented as especially cold or calculating, and this language deserves scrutiny. Victorian commentators frequently contrasted poisoning with other forms of violence by describing it as a crime of thought rather than impulse. The poisoner prepared, waited, concealed, and watched. Where male violence was sometimes excused or explained through drink, rage, jealousy, or sudden temper, poisoning by women was imagined as patient and inward. This contrast reinforced ideas about women's alleged capacity for secretive malice. It also obscured the fact that many murders by poison, like many murders by any means, arose from diffuse domestic pressures rather than from theatrical cunning. The stereotype of the calculating poisoness allowed society to simplify women's motives into a form both morally satisfying and deeply misogynistic. Such simplification mattered because it shaped punishment. A woman who killed violently might sometimes be represented as frenzied, half-maddened, or driven by extreme circumstance. A woman who poisoned, by contrast, seemed to embody a more deliberate corruption. She had not lost control in the dominant narrative. She had exercised it. This made mercy harder to imagine. Mary Lefley's conviction for poisoning her husband would therefore have been interpreted through a cultural lens already inclined to view the female poisoner as peculiarly undeserving of sympathy. The method itself implied character. Arsenic in food meant calculation, hiddenness, betrayal. Once the method was accepted, the moral picture followed with remarkable ease. The press played an enormous role in entrenching this picture. Newspaper coverage of women accused of poisoning often emphasized the domestic details most likely to unsettle readers. The meal cooked, the medicine poured, the husband or child trusting the dose, the outward calm of the accused, the hidden purchase or storage of poison. Reports invited readers to imagine the scene at home and then to recoil from it. The female poisoner thus became not only a legal subject but a literary one, constructed through repetition. Over time, these cases built a repertoire of images so recognizable that each new prosecution could be slotted into an existing framework. Mary Lefley's story, with its rice pudding and rural household, entered precisely such a framework. It was not merely heard, it was recognized. Recognition, however, can be dangerous. When society already possesses a vivid type, real women accused of crime are judged partly through that type before the evidence has fully done its work. The female poisoner was one of the clearest such types in Victorian criminal culture. Her existence in collective imagination made it easier to hear domestic evidence as incriminating and harder to preserve uncertainty once poison had been detected. Mary Lefley did not stand before a blank legal culture. She stood before one already prepared to know what sort of woman she might be. This readiness also shaped how female defendants were expected to behave after accusation. Proper femininity required emotional expression but not too much, composure but not coldness, modesty but not sullenness, grief but not theatricality. The accused woman who could not inhabit this narrow emotional corridor risked confirming suspicion regardless of the actual evidence. Because poisoning left so much unseen, demeanor became especially important. If Mary seemed calm, she might appear hardened. If she seemed practical, she might appear indifferent. If she defended herself too firmly, she might appear manipulative. In effect, the female poisoner type exerted pressure not only on how women were imagined to act in committing crime, but also on how they were judged while denying it. One should also notice the class dimension in this figure. The idealized angel in the house was rooted strongly in middle-class discourse, yet the criminal fear of female poisoning crossed class lines. Poor and rural women could be judged by the same domestic expectations even where their actual lives bore little resemblance to genteel ideals. Mary Lefley, as a rural working woman, would not have lived the polished domesticity celebrated in conduct literature. Her household was a site of labor, strain, and practical management rather than leisured refinement. Yet once accused, she was still measured against the moral obligations of wifehood. This reveals how Victorian gender ideology operated less as a description of lived reality than as a tool of judgment. Women did not have to inhabit the ideal fully in order to be condemned for violating it. The female poisoner also intersected with contemporary debates about women's emotional nature and moral capacity. Some Victorian thought cast women as naturally more compassionate and less violent than men. Cases of poisoning challenged this belief in unsettling ways. One response was to deny women's violence by making the poisoner seem aberrant, monstrous, or almost unfeminine. Another was to absorb the violence into existing anxieties about female deceit, influence, and sexuality. In practice, these responses often merged. The female poisoner was imagined as both woman and anti-woman, recognizably feminine in outward role, yet inwardly stripped of proper feminine feeling. This paradox made her a uniquely rich site for moral panic. She confirmed patriarchal anxieties whichever way she was read. Mary Lefley's historical importance lies partly in how clearly her case reveals this paradox. She was prosecuted as a wife using the means of wifehood against her husband. That is the core terror. Had William been stabbed by a stranger on the road, the case would have belonged to a more familiar masculine register of public violence. Instead, the alleged crime arose from the table, the dish, the home, and the woman who moved among them as part of her ordinary daily role. The trial therefore asked the jury to believe not just in murder, but in the lethal inversion of domestic femininity. That question had much more cultural force than the specific facts of one rural marriage might suggest. At the same time, to study the female poisoner historically is to see how exaggerated and overdetermined this figure could become. Not every woman accused of poisoning was guilty. Not every guilty woman fit the stereotype of cold-blooded domestic treachery. Some cases involved desperation, some confusion, some accident, some uncertainty, some genuine complexity in motive and circumstance. Yet Victorian culture often collapsed those distinctions because the symbol was too powerful. The female poisoner became a vessel into which wider anxieties could be poured. Fears about women's autonomy, about the opacity of the home, about modern chemistry, about the instability of marriage, about the limits of male authority over private life. This is why Mary Lefley's case is worth more than antiquarian curiosity. It shows how criminal justice operates inside cultural imagination, not outside it. The law may speak in the language of evidence, but evidence is always heard through expectation. A wife accused of poisoning her husband arrives in court already interpreted by centuries of symbolism and by a century especially invested in domestic moral order. The question is never simply whether she did it. It is also what it would mean if she did and how ready the society around her is to believe that meaning. In Mary's case, the answer was very ready indeed. The Victorian fear of the female poisoner was therefore a fear of the home made illegible. If food could not be trusted, if care could be strategic, if the wife's intimate knowledge could be turned toward death, then the household lost its secure moral boundaries. That loss was intolerable to a culture that depended so heavily on the home as the imagined center of order. Punishing women such as Mary Lefley served not only to answer particular crimes, but to symbolically repair the damaged ideal. The execution of the poisoner announced that the state could restore order where domestic treachery had threatened it. Whether this actually restored anything is doubtful. What it certainly did was reaffirm the ideology under which the case had been judged. Mary Lefley stands then at the meeting point of person and type. She was a specific woman in a specific marriage, living in a specific rural world. She was also made to stand for something much larger, the nightmare of feminine domestic power turned deadly. If one remembers only the type, one loses the woman. If one remembers only the woman, one risks missing the immense cultural machinery that turned her into a legible poisoner. History requires both. Chapter 14. Circumstantial proof, law, toxicology, and reasonable doubt. The case against Mary Lefley was not built upon a confession, an eyewitness, or a direct act of visible violence. It was built, as many poisoning cases were, upon circumstance organized by science and interpreted through law. That distinction matters. Circumstantial cases are not inherently weak. Some are overwhelming. People are often convicted rightly on webs of inference stronger than any single witness account. Yet circumstantial proof carries its own dangers. especially in crimes such as poisoning, where the method itself is hidden and the desire for narrative closure is unusually strong. To understand how Mary Lefley came to be condemned, one must look closely at the legal and evidentiary logic that made such condemnation possible. Victorian courts were well accustomed to circumstantial reasoning. The criminal law did not require that every fact be seen directly if the accumulated evidence pointed convincingly toward guilt. Indeed, in domestic poison cases, direct proof was often impossible. The fatal act usually took place in private, under cover of ordinary routine, and in the absence of independent witnesses. If the law had insisted on direct visual proof, many poisoning cases could never have been prosecuted at all. Instead, courts learned to work through sequence, access, motive, conduct, and scientific finding. The question was not whether anyone had seen the poison administered, but whether the available evidence excluded any reasonable alternative explanation. In theory, that standard was demanding. In practice, much depended on how reasonable was understood. This is one of the central problems in historical murder cases. A jury is not asked whether an alternative explanation is imaginable in the abstract. It is asked whether such an explanation remains believable once the prosecution has arranged the facts into a coherent whole. Believability, however, is never a purely logical matter. It is shaped by culture, emotion, class assumptions, gender expectations, and the courtroom authority of certain kinds of witnesses over others. The alternative that looks possible to the historian a century later may have seemed strained or morally unsatisfying to a Victorian jury listening in a climate of domestic fear and scientific confidence. Poisoning cases were especially vulnerable to this dynamic because they joined circumstantial inference to toxicological authority. Once arsenic was detected, the prosecution no longer appeared to be building from mere suspicion. It could begin from a fact of grave material weight. The deceased had poison in his body, or poison had been found in connection with the food he consumed. That fact did not identify the culprit, but it powerfully narrowed the imaginative field. The jury was not deciding whether something terrible had happened. It was deciding who had done the terrible thing. Once the hidden crime itself had been chemically established, the circumstantial evidence pointing toward the nearest likely agent could feel more secure than it really was. This is where toxicology played its most decisive role. Victorian toxicology occupied a privileged place in the courtroom because it promised access to the invisible. The poisoner's great advantage had always been secrecy. Chemical analysis seemed to revoke that advantage by allowing the dead body to reveal what ordinary observation could not. In arsenic cases, this promise was especially compelling because arsenic was a mineral poison susceptible, at least in principle, to identifiable testing. Medical men could come into court and declare that science had found what cunning had tried to conceal. The rhetorical power of such evidence was immense. It seemed modern, objective, and superior to rumor or impression. But scientific evidence is never simply the truth speaking for itself. It is always mediated through method, sample, competence, interpretation, and presentation. This was true in the 19th century no less than now. Toxicology had advanced substantially, yet it was not omnipotent. Tests might be sound in principle but vulnerable in practice to contamination, mishandling, overstatement, or misinterpretation. Experts could disagree. More importantly, even the clearest toxicological result did not answer every legal question. Finding arsenic was not the same as proving murderous administration by a particular person. Science could identify a substance. Law still had to attribute agency. The attribution of agency in Mary Lefley's case depended upon ordinary domestic facts being made to bear extraordinary legal weight. Mary's access to the pudding, her place in the household, her role as wife, her nearness to William during his illness, and the presence or availability of arsenic in the domestic environment all formed part of the chain. Each link was plausible. Taken together, they could seem compelling. Yet one must pause over the structure of such reasoning. The very facts that made Mary a likely suspect were also the facts that would have been true of many innocent wives in many ordinary homes. She prepared food because wives prepared food. She managed household matters because wives managed household matters. She was present because she lived there. The law had to move from these ordinary truths to the extraordinary conclusion of murder. That move was made through accumulation. Accumulation is often the decisive force in circumstantial trials. No single fact needs to be conclusive if each one appears to reinforce the others. William died after eating food linked to Mary's labor. Arsenic was found. Mary had opportunity. The marriage may have been strained. Her conduct may have seemed unsatisfactory or suspicious in retrospect. She may have had knowledge of where poison was kept. None of these facts alone proves murderous intent. Together, however, they form a pattern. The prosecution's art lies in presenting that pattern as too cohesive to be accidental. The defense's difficulty lies in showing that cohesion can be an effect of selection and interpretation rather than proof beyond doubt. Victorian courts were often quite explicit that circumstantial evidence could be as strong as, or stronger than, direct testimony. This was not wholly unreasonable. Eyewitnesses lie, err, misremember, or misunderstand. A carefully built circumstantial case can indeed be powerful. But poisoning exposed the weaknesses of this principle because the crime so readily attracted interpretive overreach. Where there is no scene act, the mind hungers for completion. Circumstantial details are therefore at constant risk of being overread. A quarrel becomes motive. A silence becomes concealment. Household access becomes intention. Composure becomes hardness. Even the normal management of domestic life can be retrospectively dyed with criminal color once the death has been explained through poison. The problem of reasonable doubt in such cases is therefore not abstract. It lies in the threshold at which ordinary ambiguity ceases to feel reasonable because the prosecution's story has become too emotionally and symbolically satisfying to resist. This threshold may have been especially low in cases involving women accused of domestic poisoning. Juries were not blank instruments of rational inference. They lived within a society already predisposed to find the figure of the wife poisoner intelligible and morally terrifying. The hidden crime, the household meal, the betrayal of trust, and the intimate knowledge of the wife all fitted too well into a familiar cultural frame. In such circumstances, doubt could begin to feel less like prudence and more like refusal to face what was plainly before one. The prosecution did not merely offer facts. It offered recognition. It told the jury that they already knew what kind of crime this was. One must also consider how defense operated under these conditions. A defense in a poisoning trial often had no satisfying positive story to tell. If the accused denied guilt, what then? Accident? Suicide? Contamination? Misinterpretation? Pre-existing illness? These may all be logically possible, but they often sound diffuse beside a prosecution that has organized the facts neatly around intent. Juries tend to prefer coherent causes over murky alternatives. A rival explanation that is partial, speculative, or emotionally thin may fail not because it is impossible, but because it does not feel like a story at all. This is one reason circumstantial prosecutions can be so hard to resist. The defense is left defending uncertainty while the Crown narrates certainty. In Mary Lefley's case, any attempt to preserve doubt would have faced several obstacles at once. First, arsenic was not neutral. It carried tremendous cultural and evidentiary force. Second, the domestic setting made Mary the natural focal point of agency. Third, if William had been troubled or unstable, that very complexity may have been awkward to develop persuasively in court. A morally ambiguous or psychologically burdened deceased person can unsettle a case, but only if the jury is willing to treat such complexity as relevant rather than evasive. Fourth, Mary's own demeanor and social position would have affected how her denial was heard. A rural woman accused of poisoning did not command the same interpretive authority as the medical experts or legal professionals speaking over and around her. This brings us to the hierarchy of credibility in Victorian trials. Not all witnesses were heard equally. The medical man, the chemist, the coroner, and the judge carried forms of authority the accused woman often could not match. Even where the law formally allowed the defense to challenge evidence, the cultural prestige of scientific testimony could make such challenge difficult. If experts said arsenic was found and that its effects explained the death, then the defense had to appear to contest not merely one inference but the sober authority of modern knowledge itself. That is a difficult position from which to inspire jury confidence. The accused woman could quickly seem to stand not only against the prosecution, but against reason. Yet the authority of science could conceal as much as it revealed. The key question is not whether arsenic was found, but how far that finding truly carried the law. Did toxicology prove administration in the pudding beyond meaningful doubt? Did it identify exclusive opportunity in Mary? Did it eliminate alternative routes, timings, or circumstances with the certainty later summaries imply? Or did it merely provide a hard center around which softer inferences were arranged until the case appeared complete? This distinction is crucial. Many historical miscarriages of confidence, not necessarily of verdict but of interpretive confidence, occur when a solid material fact is allowed to magnetize a whole field of weaker assumptions. Another important feature of Victorian law was the moral atmosphere created by judges' summings up. Even when formally fair, a judge's summary could either emphasize the need for caution in circumstantial cases or encourage the jury to see the cumulative evidence as irresistibly strong. In a poisoning trial, this influence was magnified because the jury needed help understanding the relationship between scientific finding and domestic inference. If the judge treated the chain as coherent and complete, jurors may have felt morally licensed to convict. If he stressed the dangers of inference, the same jurors might have hesitated. The law, in other words, did not merely receive evidence. It framed the acceptable attitude toward evidence. Capital punishment intensified this issue. The standard of proof was formally the same as in other criminal cases, but the stakes were infinitely graver. A conviction for murder would lead, barring reprieve, to execution. In principle, this should have made courts and juries exceptionally cautious. In practice, the emotional horror of poisoning could sometimes pull in the opposite direction. The more calculated and domestically treacherous the alleged act appeared, the more the jury might feel that strong punishment was morally demanded. The death sentence hovered not only as a consequence, but as part of the symbolic logic of the trial. A wife who killed through poison seemed to deserve the law's full severity precisely because the crime had violated the household from within. This makes the question of doubt all the more painful. What level of uncertainty should have prevented a conviction in such a case? How much weight should have been given to the absence of direct proof? How carefully should the court have treated the difference between domestic access and criminal administration? How seriously should it have engaged with the possibility that William's own condition or the household environment complicated the neatness of the Crown's account? These are not merely modern sensibilities imposed backward. They are the proper questions raised by any capital prosecution built substantially on circumstance. To ask them is not to assert that Mary Lefley was innocent. It is to insist that law's confidence must be examined, especially where life was taken on the strength of that confidence. A verdict may be understandable and still historically troubling. It may rest on evidence genuinely persuasive to contemporaries and yet appear less secure when one considers how thoroughly that evidence was shaped by gender expectation, domestic symbolism, and the authority of toxicology in an age eager to trust it. Historical seriousness requires room for both propositions at once. One of the enduring features of the Mary Lefley case is that it seems, on summary, stronger than it feels upon analysis. The outline is devastatingly neat. Husband, wife, rice pudding, arsenic, conviction, execution. But neat outlines often conceal the labor by which cases are made. Once one begins to look at the legal structure rather than only the narrative surface, the old questions return. How exclusive was Mary's opportunity really? How interpretively loaded was the evidence of motive and conduct? How much did the jury convict because the alternative explanations were impossible? And how much because those alternatives lacked the emotional coherence of the prosecution's story? These are difficult questions precisely because the verdict settled them in law without necessarily exhausting them in history. Victorian law was capable of sophistication, but it was not immune to cultural bias. It could reason carefully and still reason within assumptions it never named. In cases involving women, marriage, and poison, those assumptions ran deep. The female poisoner was already imaginable. The household was already morally charged. Science already appeared to offer objective access to hidden truth. When all these elements converged, the law could feel more secure than its foundations really warranted. This is not an accusation of corruption. It is an observation about how legal certainty is socially produced. In Mary Lefley's case, circumstantial proof did what circumstantial proof is designed to do. It turned a pattern into a verdict. The question for the historian is whether that pattern was sufficiently robust to carry not just a conviction but a hanging. The law answered yes. The scaffold acted on that answer. But the further one moves from the immediate authority of the courtroom, the more one sees that yes was not the end of thought. It was the beginning of a harder reckoning with how proof, fear, science, and gender combined in one small rural case to produce irreversible punishment. The case therefore stands as more than a story of one woman and one death. It is a study in how courts make certainty out of partial vision. It shows the power of toxicology but also its limits. It shows the strength of circumstantial reasoning, but also the ease with which such reasoning can absorb social expectation. Most of all, it shows that the phrase "beyond reasonable doubt" is never only a legal formula. It is a historical question and one that becomes sharper, not softer, once the condemned person is dead. Chapter 15. Marriage, Burden, and the Hidden Strains of Domestic Life. The case of Mary Lefley has often been remembered through its sharpest outline: wife, husband, pudding, arsenic, death. Yet to leave the story there is to miss one of its deepest historical meanings. Whatever happened in the Lefley household, it happened inside a marriage, and marriage in late Victorian England was not merely a sentimental bond. It was a legal structure, an economic arrangement, a moral expectation, and a daily regime of labor. To understand why cases like this one mattered so much, one must look not only at the crime alleged, but at the domestic world that made such an allegation socially legible in the first place. Victorian marriage was often described in ideal terms. It was presented as the proper foundation of social order, the site of companionship, mutual duty, moral discipline, and respectable continuity. The husband was imagined as provider and head of household. The wife was imagined as moral center and domestic manager. Together they were meant to create a home governed by order, affection, and useful labor. This ideal was endlessly repeated in sermons, conduct books, moral commentary, and ordinary social expectation. It was not wholly false. Many marriages did contain affection, loyalty, and mutual dependence in forms meaningful to those who lived them. But the ideal was also incomplete. It often concealed the asymmetries of power and the relentless demands of household survival. For many women, marriage was not simply security. It was work tied to dependence. A wife's labor was constant, necessary, and frequently undervalued precisely because it was expected. Cooking, cleaning, mending, washing, budgeting, nursing, carrying, soothing, planning, and absorbing domestic disorder fell heavily upon her. Even in households where affection existed, this labor could be exhausting. In households where illness, poverty, emotional instability, or marital strain intruded, it could become overwhelming. Yet the language available to describe such pressure was limited. A respectable wife was supposed to endure. Her difficulty was often moralist rather than analyzed. Weariness could be read as failure of temper. Frustration could be read as lack of duty. The structure itself remained largely unquestioned. This is crucial to the historical meaning of Mary Lefley's case. If hers was an unhappy marriage, that unhappiness must be seen not as an isolated personal failing but as something formed within the conditions of rural Victorian domestic life. A wife living with a difficult, unstable, or unwell husband did not merely suffer emotionally in some abstract sense. She had to continue the practical work of keeping the household going beneath that strain. Meals still had to be prepared. The house still had to function. Appearances still had to be managed. In this sense, care itself could become a burden so normalized that it disappeared from public sympathy even while shaping the whole atmosphere of the home. The Victorian home was frequently idealized as private refuge, but it could also be a place of compression. Labor, illness, resentment, intimacy, and authority were forced to coexist in close quarters. There was often little space, physical or emotional, in which tension could dissipate. A difficult marriage did not pause at the end of the workday. It enclosed both parties within repeated exposure to one another's habits, moods, and demands. If William Lefley was indeed troubled in mind or body, then the home must be imagined not simply as a setting for later accusation, but as an environment already organized by imbalance and pressure. Mary's life within it may have involved far more endurance than later moral summaries allowed. At the same time, one must resist the temptation to turn burden automatically into motive. This is where true crime and historical fiction alike can become too neat. An exhausted wife is not by definition a murderous wife. A strained household is not a concealed crime scene in waiting. Many Victorian women endured marriages marked by hardship, disappointment, or silent misery without ever approaching violence. What matters is not to convert difficulty into destiny, but to restore difficulty to the story so that the household is not remembered only as the stage on which poison allegedly appeared. The burden of marriage is part of the context, not a substitute for proof. Still, burden changes how one reads the moral language of the case. Victorian courts and newspapers preferred motives that were both understandable and condemnable. They could admit that a woman might wish herself rid of a husband, but only as evidence of corruption. They were far less willing to ask what forms of labor, fear, humiliation, or emotional exhaustion might have produced such a wish if it existed. The wife's inner life was acknowledged only insofar as it supported criminal explanation. Her structural predicament remained largely invisible. In this way, the law could use domestic strain without truly understanding domestic life. Marriage also mattered economically in ways that could deepen tension. Rural households often operated with narrow margins of security. Illness, interrupted labor, poor income, debt, and the cost of ordinary survival could alter the emotional texture of marriage as much as any dispute of affection. A husband's weakness might threaten household stability. A wife's labor might increase precisely as the economic future grew more uncertain. Financial pressure often enters historical records only as shorthand. Money worries, difficulty, want. But in lived experience it was constant and granular. It shaped what could be bought, cooked, postponed, mended, or forgiven. It also affected how death itself was interpreted. In a world where small sums mattered, prosecutors and neighbors alike could imagine financial relief as motive even where no dramatic gain was in sight. The question of care lies at the center of all this. Care in the Victorian household was both virtue and labor. Wives were expected to care, and that expectation could be emotionally rich or brutally exploitative, depending on circumstances. To nurse a husband through illness might be seen publicly as an act of devotion, but privately it could also be draining, frightening, repetitive, and lonely. The emotional ambiguity of care rarely survives clearly in legal records. Courts prefer simpler categories: devoted wife, indifferent wife, resentful wife. But care often contains love, fatigue, duty, pity, irritation, obligation, and numbness at once. A woman who continues to serve a difficult husband may do so from affection, from necessity, from habit, or from lack of alternative. Usually she does so from some mixture of all four. This complexity is especially important in cases of alleged poisoning because the prosecution depends upon turning care into a possible mask for harm. The same wife who cooks and nurses because she must can be recast as someone who used cooking and nursing to kill. The historical irony is painful. Domestic labor places women in proximity to food and illness because the system expects that proximity. Then, if death occurs suspiciously, the same proximity becomes suspicious. The home thus traps the wife twice, first as worker, then as suspect. Mary Lefley's case makes this trap especially visible. The fatal meal did not gain meaning in a vacuum. It gained meaning because a wife served it. Had the same arsenic entered William Lefley's body by a less domestic route, the emotional force of the case would have been different. What horrified the Victorian imagination was not merely that poison was used, but that it may have been used through the ordinary channels of marital care. This horror depended entirely on the prior assumption that wives were responsible for sustaining the household. The case therefore reveals how deeply the law relied upon the domestic order it also claimed to defend. The hidden strains of marriage were not only emotional and economic. They were also legal. Victorian wives did not stand in equal relation to their husbands before the law or within ordinary custom. Even after reforms to married women's property rights, the marriage relationship remained profoundly unequal in practice. Husbands enjoyed authority, presumption, and social latitude that wives often did not. A wife might endure conduct she could neither publicly challenge nor materially escape. Separation carried stigma and practical danger. Poverty made independence difficult. The moral language of duty could be used to silence complaint long before any criminal question arose. In this context, one must be cautious about treating the marital home as a voluntary sphere of mutuality. For many women it was also a site of constrained endurance. This does not make Mary a victim in the simple sense, nor does it erase William's humanity if he was indeed difficult or unwell. It means only that the marriage must be understood as historically structured rather than emotionally flattened. The husband, too, lived under expectation. Masculinity demanded provision, steadiness, and control. A man who could not maintain those standards might experience shame, frustration, or inward collapse. If William struggled, those struggles would not have remained sealed within him. They would have passed into the atmosphere of the home, shaping Mary's labor and their interactions alike. Marriage in such conditions could become less a partnership than a closed circuit of burden. The important point is that domestic strain was ordinary enough to be widely recognized, yet hidden enough to remain poorly recorded. Neighbors might know there was tension without knowing its precise form. Witnesses at trial might remember moods, not causes. Later writers might inherit conclusions without recovering conditions. The result is that marriages like the Lefleys often survive in the archive only at the moment of collapse. Everything that came before is visible mainly through the angle of what happened after. This creates a profound distortion. The marriage is remembered because it ended in scandal, not as it was lived day by day. Cases such as Mary Lefley's therefore expose the limits of the Victorian ideal of the home. The home was praised as the moral center of society, yet it relied upon immense, often invisible female labor and could conceal profound unhappiness. It was supposed to be the place where disorder was corrected, but it could also be the place where disorder was absorbed until it became almost unrecognizable. When crime emerged from within such a home, society reacted with particular force because the offense did more than kill a person. It exposed the instability of the domestic myth itself. The wife poisoner was terrifying partly because she suggested that the home had never been as morally transparent as Victorians wanted to believe. That is why the case should be read not only as a murder prosecution but as a glimpse into the social tensions hidden beneath respectable domestic language. The burden of women's labor, the fragility of household economics, the demands of care, the unequal structure of marriage, the silence around emotional strain, all of these formed the world in which the accusation took shape. Even if one accepted the verdict entirely, the case would still reveal a great deal about what Victorian marriage asked of women and how little room it gave them to be anything other than dutiful until duty itself became evidence against them. There is also a more unsettling possibility. The very conditions that made domestic life difficult for many women may have made female violence, when it occurred, especially incomprehensible to the surrounding culture. Because wives were expected to care, any failure of care could be cast as monstrous rather than contextual. A woman who killed her husband could not easily be understood as acting out of burden, despair, or accumulated strain without threatening the ideal of marriage itself. It was much easier to treat her as exceptionally depraved. In this way, the female poisoner allowed society to preserve its ideal by expelling the offending woman from ordinary womanhood altogether. Mary Lefley was subject to exactly this logic. Her household may have been burdened, unhappy, or unstable. Yet once she was charged, the emphasis shifted rapidly from conditions to character. The marriage became relevant only as motive, not as structure. Her domestic work became relevant only as opportunity, not as labor. Her care became relevant only as possible disguise, not as obligation. The historical person disappeared into the criminal role. Recovering the marriage as a site of lived pressure is one way of resisting that disappearance. This does not resolve the case. It deepens it. The point is not to replace one certainty with another, but to insist that marriage itself was part of the evidence, not merely legally but socially. The home was where the alleged crime occurred, but it was also the system that distributed labor, dependency, intimacy, and strain in the first place. To write about Mary Lefley without writing about marriage is to miss half the story. Chapter 16. Women at the Gallows. Gender, Punishment, and the Authority of the State. The execution of Mary Lefley was not only the ending of one criminal case. It was also an event within the larger history of how Victorian England punished women. This matters because female execution was never experienced or interpreted in quite the same way as male execution. The law, on paper, claimed universality. Murder was murder and the sentence for willful murder was death. Yet the public meaning of hanging a woman was always more complicated. A condemned woman stood at the point where legal equality in punishment collided with deep cultural inequality in expectation. She was subject to the same scaffold as a man, but she reached it through a moral imagination that judged her differently at every stage. The Victorian state liked to present itself as rational, measured, and morally serious in its administration of punishment. By the later 19th century, the excesses of the old public execution culture had been formally rejected. Executions now took place inside prisons under regulated procedure, away from the carnival atmosphere once associated with the gallows. This change has often been read as a sign of humanitarian progress, and in some respects it was. Public brutality was reduced. The state no longer invited mass spectatorship in the old form. Yet the private execution also strengthened the authority of the state in another way. It transformed hanging from a noisy public drama into a sealed institutional act, carried out with an air of calm necessity. The violence remained, but it was now wrapped in bureaucracy, expert management, and moral distance. For women, this change had a particular significance. The public execution of women had long generated a mix of pity, fascination, outrage, and moralistic spectacle. The female body on the scaffold disturbed older assumptions about femininity, modesty, and the social meaning of women's suffering. Private execution did not erase that disturbance. It merely shifted it into representation. Instead of watching the woman die in person, the public consumed reports of her demeanor, final words, spiritual state, and bodily composure through newspapers. The female condemned prisoner remained a figure of intense cultural attention, but the state now controlled the scene more completely. It decided what would be seen, how much would be said, and how the event would be formally narrated. This made the execution of women like Mary Lefley both less visible and more symbolically concentrated. Why was Victorian society willing to hang women at all in an age that also idealized them as moral guardians of the home? The answer lies partly in that very idealization. Women were sentimentalized, but they were also burdened with symbolic responsibility. The wife, mother, or domestic woman was supposed to uphold moral order in the private sphere. When she was believed to have violated that role profoundly enough, especially through poison, infanticide, or the murder of a husband or child, the reaction could be especially severe. The woman who killed in defiance of her assigned moral purpose was not merely criminal. She seemed to expose the fragility of the whole system that had trusted women with domestic power. Execution, in such cases, functioned not only as punishment for an individual act but as a symbolic restoration of order. This helps explain why the female poisoner was so likely to attract the full penalty of the law. Poisoning by a woman did not fit comfortably into narratives of sudden provocation or masculine roughness. It appeared hidden, patient, deliberate, and intimately treacherous. It was seen as a misuse of trust rather than an explosion of force. Because the wife poisoner moved within the home and weaponized ordinary forms of care, her crime seemed to attack the very heart of domestic civilization. In a society anxious to preserve the moral authority of home and marriage, this was hard to forgive. The more powerfully the woman's role had been idealized, the more decisively she could be condemned when judged to have inverted it. Yet there was always tension in the public response to condemned women. On the one hand, they were often cast as monstrous, unnatural, and undeserving. On the other, they could also evoke pity simply by being women under sentence of death. The image of a woman led to the gallows pulled against cherished assumptions about female weakness, dependency, and vulnerability. This contradiction often produced a distinctive moral language in reporting and commentary. The condemned woman might be described as pitiable in one sentence and depraved in the next, frail in body yet hard in heart, outwardly feminine yet inwardly monstrous. These contradictions were not accidental. They reflected the culture's inability to fit violent women neatly into its existing categories. Mary Lefley would have been subject to precisely this unstable gaze. As a wife convicted of poisoning her husband, she occupied one of the least sympathetic positions available to a female defendant. Yet even so, her sex would have shaped how her punishment was imagined. People did not see a murderer alone. They saw a woman, a wife, a domestic figure moving toward the scaffold. Her execution would therefore have registered not simply as state punishment, but as a dark moral tableau. The woman who should have fed and comforted was now herself fed by the prison, watched by matrons or warders, prayed over by the chaplain, and finally killed by the state. The inversion of roles was total. One of the central paradoxes of Victorian punishment is that it simultaneously claimed equal justice and enacted profoundly gendered judgment. Men and women convicted of murder could both be hanged, but the path to public meaning was very different. Male executions were more easily absorbed into existing expectations about violence and criminality. Female executions had to be morally explained. Was she repentant? Hardened? Maternal? Hysterical? These questions appeared with unusual insistence because the public wanted to know not only what she had done, but what sort of woman she had been. The condemned woman became an object lesson in failed femininity. Her death was made to signify more than legal justice. It signified the consequences of stepping outside the moral order attached to womanhood itself. This is why reports of women awaiting execution so often lingered on demeanor. The female body at the edge of state death had to be interpreted. If the prisoner was calm, observers might call her courageous, resigned, or chillingly hard. If she was visibly distressed, that could be read as natural feminine weakness, guilty terror, or spiritual awakening. If she denied guilt, her denial was often treated not as something worthy of serious reconsideration but as part of the moral puzzle she presented. The state could kill a woman without changing its mind. Public interpretation simply adjusted to make her final behavior fit the broader narrative already established. Capital punishment also intersected with ideas of social protection. The Victorian state justified execution partly through deterrence and partly through moral order. In the case of women who killed within the home, the deterrent message had special resonance. The state was not only punishing an individual, it was warning against domestic treachery. This warning mattered because the home, unlike the street or workplace, could not be fully policed from outside. Its moral stability had to be taken for granted. When that stability appeared compromised by a wife or mother-turned-poisoner, the law answered with maximal severity precisely because the threat was intimate and difficult to monitor. Hanging the woman who had killed within her home was a way of asserting that hidden domestic crime would still meet public and absolute punishment. At the same time, there were limits to how many women could be hanged before the spectacle itself became troubling to Victorian consciences. Female execution always carried the risk of exposing too much about the harshness of the law. The state therefore walked a narrow line. It had to show that women were not exempt from ultimate punishment when guilt was grave enough, yet it also had to avoid making the scaffold seem incompatible with its own ideals of civilization and restraint. Private execution helped resolve this tension procedurally. Women could still be killed, but without the mass public ritual that might have provoked broader unease. The violence became administratively tidy. That tidiness, however, should not be mistaken for moral comfort. It was simply a way of making severe punishment more governable. The question of mercy reveals these tensions especially clearly. Women were sometimes seen as more suitable for reprieve because of assumptions about weakness, dependency, or the reluctance of authorities to send female bodies to the scaffold. But such sympathy was highly conditional. It tended to operate most strongly where the woman could still be imagined as partially within acceptable femininity. Young, seduced, mentally unstable, maternally burdened, or otherwise somehow acted upon rather than fully acting. The woman convicted of poisoning a husband did not fit this pattern easily. She appeared not passive but secretively powerful, not overwhelmed but calculating, not victimized by the domestic role but manipulating it. In such cases, mercy became harder to justify because the condemned woman had already been cast as a direct threat to the sanctity of home. Mary Lefley's execution therefore tells us something important about the reach of the Victorian state. It was willing to kill women when they were judged to have so profoundly violated domestic trust that only death seemed a proportionate answer. This willingness exposes the limits of sentimental discourse around femininity. Women were cherished symbolically, but only so long as they fulfilled the functions expected of them. Once they appeared to invert those functions, especially through hidden domestic murder, the symbolic protection could vanish. In its place came an equally gendered condemnation, one that treated the woman not merely as criminal but as a fallen version of her sex. There is also a class dimension here. Elite women accused of crime could attract enormous scandal, but ordinary rural or working women such as Mary Lefley were more exposed to the full weight of punitive moral judgment without the buffering effects of status. Their lives were less richly documented on their own terms, their suffering less legible to polite sympathy, and their ability to shape public narrative much weaker. A working woman at the gallows was not just a legal subject. She was often a cultural object through which respectability defined itself. By condemning her, the public could reaffirm what proper wifehood, proper domesticity, and proper womanhood were meant to be. Yet female execution always contained a note of unease, and that unease lingers in the historical record even when explicit sympathy does not. There is something destabilizing about the state hanging a woman in the name of domestic order. The act seems at once to defend civilization and to expose its violence. The state punishes the woman for betraying the home, but in doing so it enacts its own form of intimate bodily control over her. The prisoner is watched, dressed, escorted, spiritually managed, and physically killed. The law condemns covert violence inside marriage, then answers it with overt violence by the state. The moral symmetry is less neat than contemporaries often claimed. This is one reason Mary Lefley's case remains historically powerful. It is not only about whether she killed William. It is also about what Victorian society did with a woman once it believed she had committed the unthinkable within the home. The answer was not simply, put her on trial. It was to subject her to a whole machinery of gendered interpretation, then to execute her with the full authority of a state determined to show that female domestic power, when turned destructive, would meet no leniency. Her death was thus both particular and exemplary, the destruction of one person and a warning directed toward a broader social imagination. The female scaffold in the Victorian period was therefore a site where law, gender ideology, and state power came into unusually sharp alignment. It showed that the law could treat women as fully punishable, but only after they had first been rendered morally legible as women who had forfeited the protection of femininity. Mary Lefley was not executed despite being a wife. In a profound sense, she was executed through the very meaning of wifehood as her culture understood it. The charge had power because she was supposed to feed, tend, and preserve. The sentence had force because she was judged to have violated that role in the most intimate way imaginable. To study this is not to sentimentalize Mary or to deny the seriousness of William's death. It is to recognize that punishment itself has a history. Execution is never only a response to crime. It is also an expression of what a society fears, whom it mistrusts, and how it imagines the restoration of order. In hanging Mary Lefley, Victorian England said something not only about poison and murder, but about womanhood, domestic power, and the right of the state to intervene fatally when the home appeared to have failed from within. Chapter 17. Guilt, Doubt, and the Problem of Certainty. Every historical murder case reaches a point at which the surviving record can be arranged in more than one moral shape. One arrangement follows the verdict. It accepts that the law, having heard the witnesses, weighed the science and examined the circumstances, arrived at the correct conclusion. The other arrangement does not necessarily declare innocence, but pauses over what the verdict required in order to become thinkable and asks whether the confidence it claimed was as secure as later summaries imply. Mary Lefley's case stands precisely at this difficult point. It can be told as a straightforward poisoning. It can also be read as a conviction sharpened by cultural fear, legal confidence in toxicology, and the immense interpretive pressure exerted by the idea of the wife poisoner. To revisit the question of guilt is not to indulge in modern contrarianism. It is the proper work of history when a human life has been ended by judicial certainty. Execution does not remove the need for analysis. It intensifies it. The scaffold does not prove that the verdict was right. It proves only that the state acted as though it was right. Once that distinction is seen clearly, the Mary Lefley case becomes less settled than its bare outline suggests. The argument for guilt remains powerful. It should not be dismissed lightly. William Lefley died after eating food associated with the household table. Arsenic was identified. Mary, as wife, occupied the position of greatest apparent access to the preparation and serving of the meal. The domestic circumstances seemed to place opportunity squarely within her reach. If there were tensions within the marriage, those tensions could support motive. If her conduct appeared unsatisfactory or suspicious to contemporaries, that impression would have reinforced the prosecution's case. Taken together, these elements formed a structure strong enough to persuade a Victorian court and jury, and not irrationally so. Many readers then and now will find this enough. But the historical problem lies in the difference between enough to persuade and free from serious doubt. The case seems strongest when reduced to its most memorable essentials: husband, wife, rice pudding, arsenic, conviction, execution. Yet each of those elements becomes less simple the more closely one examines it. The husband, William Lefley, may not have been a straightforwardly healthy and stable victim whose sudden poisoning interrupted an otherwise ordinary domestic life. There are indications, however imperfectly preserved, that his condition may have been troubled. If so, the emotional and practical world of the marriage was more unstable than prosecutorial summary allowed. That instability might support motive, but it also complicates easy moral narrative. A household already under strain cannot be read with the same confidence as one imagined retrospectively as calm before treachery. The pudding, too, is not only an evidentiary object but a symbolic one. Its centrality to memory should itself make the historian cautious. The rice pudding is so perfectly domestic, so entirely fitted to Victorian fears of hidden female poisoning, that it risks doing explanatory work beyond what the record can securely bear. It may well have been the vehicle of poison, but it also became the image through which the whole case was understood. The danger of such an image is that it makes the case feel obvious before the harder questions have even been asked. Was the route of administration proven as clearly as later repetition suggests? Were the domestic conditions around food preparation and storage as transparent as the trial narrative implied? Or did the symbolic perfection of the pudding partly mask the messier realities of household life? Arsenic is both the strongest and most deceptive element in the case. It is strongest because it provides material gravity. A suspicious death becomes something more definite once poison is chemically identified. Yet it is also deceptive because the presence of arsenic can create an illusion of total explanation. Arsenic answers one question with force: a toxic substance was involved. It does not, by itself, answer all the others. How did it enter the body? Under exactly what circumstances? Through whose agency? With what degree of certainty can alternative routes or explanations be excluded? Toxicology gives the case a hard center, but the rest of the legal narrative still depends on inference. That dependence on inference is where doubt enters most insistently. Mary's opportunity, for example, is undeniable in a general sense. But general opportunity is not the same thing as exclusive opportunity. Wives prepared food because they were wives. They handled household substances because they managed domestic labor. They attended illness because care was expected of them. In other words, the facts that made Mary a natural suspect were also the facts that would have been true of many innocent women in similar homes. The law was therefore required to move from ordinary domestic role to extraordinary criminal act. It made that move through accumulation, but accumulation can conceal as much as it reveals. When enough ordinary facts are read through the assumption of guilt, they begin to look like a uniquely incriminating pattern even where each fact remains ambiguous on its own. The question of motive presents similar difficulty. It is very easy, after a domestic poisoning conviction, to infer that the wife must have wished herself rid of her husband. Such a proposition may be true. It may also be too broad to carry much weight. Many unhappy spouses in the 19th century wished themselves free, in one sense or another, from marriages marked by strain, illness, disappointment, or economic burden. That wish, where it existed, did not ordinarily become murder. To say Mary may have had reason for resentment is not the same as saying she had reason sufficient for poisoning. The law often relies on motive not because it is precisely known, but because it fills the human gap between opportunity and action. In circumstantial cases, this can be dangerously seductive. A vague but plausible motive may be treated as if it were a demonstrated one. Then there is the matter of conduct. Victorian courts and communities placed enormous interpretive weight on the accused woman's behaviour before and after the death. Yet conduct is among the least reliable forms of evidence when filtered through gender expectation. A tired woman may seem cold. A frightened woman may seem evasive. A practical woman may seem heartless. A woman already worn down by domestic pressure may fail to perform idealized grief in a way others find morally reassuring. Once suspicion is active, almost any behavior can be turned toward it. This is particularly true in poisoning cases because the hidden nature of the alleged act invites character to stand in for proof. If Mary did not strike observers as properly sorrowful, transparent, or humble, that failing may have mattered more than it ought to have done. The role of William's possible mental or emotional state remains one of the hardest questions in the case. It is not enough to say vaguely that he may have been troubled. The issue is what such trouble would mean for interpretation. A distressed or unstable husband changes the texture of the household and potentially widens the range of explanations for his death. It may also affect how one reads Mary's behavior and the marriage itself. Yet the legal and public appetite for this kind of complexity was limited. A poisoning case already had a compelling shape. To introduce the deceased's vulnerability as a serious competing factor would have required the court to tolerate a degree of ambiguity that capital prosecutions often resist. Thus, even if William's condition was relevant, it may have been treated as peripheral or even inconvenient. This is where one begins to see the broader structure of certainty in the case. Certainty did not arise from one unanswerable fact. It arose from convergence: arsenic, domestic access, cultural recognition of the wife poisoner, and the legal respectability of circumstantial reasoning. Each element strengthened the others. The result was a verdict that felt complete. Yet completeness is not the same as inevitability. It is possible to imagine how a similar set of facts might have been heard differently under other conditions. If toxicology had been presented more cautiously, if the judge had stressed the dangers of inference more heavily, if the jury had been less morally primed by the domestic symbolism of the crime, or if Mary had occupied a different social position with greater power to narrate herself. What makes the case historically troubling is not that the verdict was obviously wrong. It is that it was historically believable in ways inseparable from Victorian fear. The female poisoner was already a known figure. The home was already imagined as a site of moral trust. Arsenic was already the quintessential hidden domestic poison. A rural wife serving food to her husband occupied the exact cultural place from which a poison story could most persuasively emerge. In such a world, doubt had to work uphill. It was not enough for the defense to show that alternative explanations were possible. It had to make those alternatives feel as morally coherent as the prosecution's story, and that was extraordinarily difficult. Cultural recognition gave the Crown a profound advantage. The jury did not have to imagine the crime from nothing. They had already been taught how to see it. There is a tendency in some modern reassessments of Victorian criminal women to swing too far toward exoneration, as though past courts were so saturated with prejudice that every troubling conviction must be wrong. That temptation should be resisted here. Mary Lefley may indeed have poisoned William. The evidence was serious enough that one cannot honestly dismiss that possibility. Yet there is an equal danger in treating the verdict as transparent truth simply because the case fits a familiar pattern so well. Historical integrity lies somewhere less comfortable, in recognizing that Mary may have been guilty, while also recognizing that the conditions under which her guilt was established were far from neutral. This uncomfortable middle ground is often where the most meaningful historical work occurs. It allows one to see both the strength and the vulnerability of the case. The strength lies in the toxicological finding and the domestic logic of access. The vulnerability lies in how much the rest depended on interpretation shaped by gender and fear. Such a position will disappoint readers who want resolution. But historical writing is not obliged to satisfy narrative appetite. It is obliged to tell the truth about uncertainty where uncertainty survives. And uncertainty does survive. It survives in the fragmentary quality of the household record. It survives in the possible complexity of William's condition. It survives in the difficulty of moving from ordinary wifely duty to exclusive criminal agency. It survives in the ambiguity of motive. It survives in the interpretive overloading of Mary's conduct. It survives, above all, in the fact that the state killed her on the strength of a circumstantial case whose coherence owed much to cultural plausibility. None of these points proves innocence. Together, however, they make confidence harder to sustain without qualification. One might say then that Mary Lefley's case is best understood not as an unsolved mystery, but as a solved case that remains historically unsettled. The law solved it decisively. History cannot simply repeat that solution without asking what it cost, how it was produced, and what kinds of doubt were silenced in the process. This distinction is vital. Legal guilt and historical certainty are related, but they are not identical. A verdict settles one domain. It does not automatically close the other. If the question is whether Mary Lefley can now be neatly reclaimed as innocent, the answer must be no. The surviving evidence does not warrant such confidence. If the question is whether the prosecution's case was so clear that execution appears untroubling from a historical distance, the answer must also be no. The very features that made the case persuasive in its own time, domesticity, arsenic, wifehood, hidden access, are the features that now demand the greatest caution. They are too deeply entangled with Victorian moral assumptions to be accepted without scrutiny. That is why this case endures. Not because it offers a puzzle to be tidily solved, but because it forces the reader to sit with competing truths. William Lefley almost certainly died of poison. Mary Lefley was the most legally and culturally plausible agent of that poisoning. Victorian law condemned and executed her with confidence. Yet the path from poisoned body to condemned wife was shaped throughout by structures of gender, domestic ideology, and evidentiary inference that make absolute confidence impossible now. The case troubles precisely because it resists both full exoneration and full peace with the verdict. The historian's task is not to settle what cannot now be settled. It is to make the shape of that irresolution visible. Chapter 18. Conclusion. What remains of Mary Lefley? At the end of a case like Mary Lefley's, the temptation is to choose a final certainty and rest there. One may close the book by declaring her a murderess justly condemned, or by reclaiming her as a woman destroyed by circumstantial evidence and Victorian prejudice. Both endings have the advantage of clarity. Neither fully satisfies the record. Mary Lefley endures instead in a harder space between legal certainty and historical unease. That is why her case still matters. It is not only the story of a suspicious death in a rural household. It is the story of how Victorian England understood women, home, poison, evidence, punishment, and truth itself. What remains first is the fact of William Lefley's death. A man ate within his own home, became violently ill, and died. That death was not abstract. It was bodily, domestic, immediate, and devastating. Whatever else the case reveals about law or gender, it must not lose sight of this simple reality. A life ended in pain, and the people around that death were forced at once into grief, confusion, and judgment. William's death became evidence almost immediately, but before it was evidence, it was a human event. The historical challenge is to remember that the body at the center of the prosecution was also the body of a man whose life had its own burdens, habits, vulnerabilities, and place within the household. What remains next is the transformation of Mary Lefley. She began as wife, homemaker, participant in an ordinary rural marriage shaped by labor and strain. She became suspect, then defendant, then convicted murderess, then condemned prisoner, then executed woman, then historical type. At every stage, complexity fell away. Her domestic labor became opportunity. Her marriage became motive. Her conduct became character evidence. Her body became the object of state punishment. Her memory became shorthand. This process of reduction is one of the clearest things the case reveals. It shows how quickly a woman could be converted from person into symbol once the charge of poisoning entered the home. And what a powerful symbol it was. Mary Lefley's story condensed the fears of an age. Arsenic, perhaps the most notorious poison of the 19th century. A rice pudding, among the most ordinary and domestic of foods. A wife at the center of household care. A husband dead after eating. A trial driven by toxicology and circumstantial logic. An execution that answered hidden violence with public authority disguised as prison procedure. No wonder the case lingered. It was small in scale but enormous in symbolic force. It seemed to prove that danger could emerge not from the margins of society, but from the table itself. That is one reason the case should be read as more than true crime. It is social history in concentrated form. It reveals the burden placed upon Victorian wives to labor constantly, care endlessly, preserve appearances, absorb strain, and remain morally legible while doing so. It reveals the fragility of the Victorian ideal of home, celebrated as a refuge, yet often sustained through unacknowledged inequality and hidden pressure. It reveals the authority granted to science, powerful enough to anchor a prosecution, but still dependent on interpretation once the chemical fact entered the courtroom. It reveals the law's confidence in circumstantial reasoning, and the dangers that follow when cultural fear makes one pattern of inference feel too natural to resist. Most of all, it reveals how deeply gender shaped criminal meaning. Mary Lefley was not tried in a social vacuum. She stood before a culture already prepared to believe in the wife poisoner. That preparation did not invent the evidence, but it influenced how the evidence was heard. The same domestic intimacy that defined respectable womanhood also made women uniquely vulnerable to suspicion in poisoning cases. A wife was close to food because wives prepared food. She was close to illness because wives nursed the sick. She knew the home's routines because the home was her assigned sphere. All of this could be turned against her once poison was found. The crime of the female poisoner was so terrifying precisely because it arose from the forms of care and proximity society had already demanded of women. This makes the case historically painful in a way that resists neat moral closure. If Mary was guilty, then the domestic order of the Victorian home had indeed harbored the possibility of deliberate violence at its core. If she was not guilty or not guilty with the certainty the law claimed, then the same domestic order had made her especially vulnerable to being read as guilty because the role of wife itself mapped too neatly onto the structure of accusation. In either scenario, the home appears less secure than Victorian ideology wanted it to be. There is also the question of punishment, which no serious conclusion can avoid. Mary Lefley was hanged. That fact must remain hard. It is easy with the distance of history to let execution sink into a few familiar words. Sentence carried out, justice done, condemned woman executed. But a state killed her. It did so on the basis of a case that may well have been correct and yet still remains historically troubling in its reliance on circumstantial convergence, symbolic force, and social plausibility. The scaffold closed the legal case. It also ensured that every later doubt would be powerless. That is the enduring violence of capital punishment. It does not only punish, it forecloses revision. For this reason, Mary Lefley's case belongs not just to the history of women's crime, but to the history of certainty itself. How do societies become sure enough to kill? What kinds of proof feel sufficient when fear and recognition are already in place? How much of legal confidence comes from evidence, and how much from the cultural readiness to see one's story as natural? These questions reach far beyond one rural poisoning. They touch the foundations of criminal justice in every age, though the answers in Mary's case are distinctly Victorian. It may be that the most honest conclusion is also the least satisfying one. Mary Lefley cannot now be wholly recovered by verdict, nor wholly rescued from it. She remains suspended between them. The prosecution's case was serious. The verdict was not irrational. Yet the conditions that made conviction persuasive were so saturated with gendered expectation and domestic symbolism that complete peace with the verdict is impossible. History does not dissolve that tension. It preserves it. And perhaps that is what should remain. Not the pudding alone. Not the image of the poisoner alone. Not the scaffold alone. But the tension between person and type, evidence and fear, law and memory. Mary Lefley matters because she forces us to look into the Victorian home and see not only domestic routine, but labor, burden, secrecy, care, dependence, judgment, and the possibility that what a society most idealizes may also be what at least understands. Her case asks what happens when the private world is opened by death and translated into public meaning. It asks how much of that meaning belongs to fact and how much to the stories an age is already waiting to tell. That is why Mary Lefley remains worth writing about. She is not memorable only because a husband died after eating rice pudding. She is memorable because her case stands at the crossroads of everything Victorian England most feared and most believed about itself. That home was sacred, that women guarded it, that poison corrupted it, that science could reveal hidden truth, that law could restore moral order, and that the gallows could close what the household had broken. Her story survives because none of those beliefs, once examined closely, feels as stable as it once claimed to be. In the end, Mary Lefley remains less as an answer than as a question. What did Victorian justice truly see when it looked at her? A poisoner, a burdened wife, a criminal type, a condemned woman, or some unresolved mixture of all four? The law gave one reply. History, more cautious and more humane, leaves the question open just long enough for us to understand why it was ever asked at all.